and that's one of them.
Okay.
And also kind of the approach to the budget.
Okay, because I have a request.
Yes.
Since this is starting before the May elections and everything, I think we should invite the new members of council that were unopposed to that meeting, and have both mayoral candidates invited, because we don't know what the end result of that's going to be. And that way everybody is up to speed and on the same page as soon as we hit the ground
So
running.
those budget workshops will be public meetings, just like council. I mean, that they are posted no different. We're calling them workshops, but sometimes we'll hold them on the same day as a council meeting, which is part of what we're going to talk about for, again, what dates.
Right.
But in that respect, it's not just future candidate. I mean, everyone's invited. It's public notice.
Right.
Anybody. The question is whether you allow unelected folks to participate in the actual discussion on the dais with staff, and that's a y'all decision.
Okay, I'm just throwing that out there that way, because I know Houston Marchman is locked in; he's unopposed, and Bob Lee is locked in unopposed.
Again, that's a council decision.
They can come anytime. They can come, absolutely.
That way they're not.
We've been inviting them for a long time. Yeah.
Yep. That
They
way
should-
we're not playing catch up.
They should come to every single one,
Okay.
and the rest of us too.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Anything else? Phil?
I did. David, were you going to say? I looked over there and it looked like you were going to say something related to the demolition of the. And you may be saying the same thing. I'm going to say that's why I let you go. That's okay.
Thank you, Phil. Forgive me if my memory is incorrect, but I seem to remember that part of the reason we demolished the building when we did is because we were being told at the time that we would have to be substantially complete with construction by the end of the fiscal year.
Yeah.
Then the review process lengthened into a year or more long.
Well, and then that disappeared,
Never
I
mind.
think, 4 weeks after they told us that.
We had demolished the building so that we could have that much more time as soon as we got to go to be substantially complete.
Yeah, your memory is correct. We were working
feverishly.
Yeah, we were working. Sorry, I didn't mean to talk over you. We were working feverishly on, like, with the contractor, with all parties, to figure out, okay, how do we do this? How do we do this in a year? And what, like, that means we do this by this. We need to do this by then. We need to do this by then. And again, a lot of those involved Congressman Gonzalez's office. Like, we were keeping them up to date as well. They've been an excellent partner in all of this. Unfortunately, again, we're dealing with a pretty bureaucratic agency that has moving targets. So,
And that was what I was going to say. So appreciate it.
thank you for y'all are absolutely correct, and I probably should have mentioned that. I didn't remember it until you mentioned it.
Yeah, so who did it? We did it. City council did it. We made the decision, but that's because we.
Right. Again, we were all acting.
Be completed that.
Everyone involved was acting with the best information they had at that moment to make that decision. And I think anyone rational would have made the same decision given the same set of facts and information. We were told this is what you have to do. Anyway, I don't want to belabor it, but I do think having an article about it, and we'll have to be really careful with how we word that, because again, this is still the agency is approving everything we're doing, and we don't want to throw them under the bus too terribly. But we can be factual. And we certainly have plenty to be factual with. Yep.
Okay. And I've got that on a future agenda item just to make sure that we cover it during that. So, and we'll talk about that at the very end. All right. Next item is the public hearing on the adoption of the Downtown Master Plan, the adoption of the Comprehensive Plan, and the repealing of Chapter 24, Signs and Signage, and Chapter 100, subdivisions from the Code of Ordinance and the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance, and replacing of the new City of Castroville Unified Development Ordinance. The City of Castroville Unified Development Ordinance. We're going to open the public hearing at 6:18.
Awesome. Okay, good evening, Council. So this is going to be our second reading This is just another chance to give y'all the opportunity to discuss and also to hear from the citizens that have concerns or questions about the UDO. I'm not going to go through a lengthy presentation. I think we've seen a lot of those things. So we're just going to go through some high-level things that we went through at the last P&Z meeting. We're going to get to hear from the citizens, and then we'll move on to discussion and action later on. Okay, so first thing is the downtown master plan. So that was brought to P&Z at the last planning and zoning meeting. Staff did recommend that they take action that night to see if we could get this kind of the ball moving on some of these things. The downtown plan is a standalone plan. It doesn't affect the comprehensive plan. It doesn't affect the UDO. Essentially, it's a downtown plan, just what it seems like. It has some things that maybe we aspire for in the future, but it doesn't say we have to do any of those things right now. So we did get a recommendation of approval from the Planning and Zoning Commission at the last Planning and Zoning meeting. So I just wanted to let y'all know and so y'all will be asked to have a discussion and possibly take an action on that item tonight. All right. Moving over to the comprehensive plan. There was, of course, we had the discussion at planning and zoning as well. One change that was brought to them for the comprehensive plan was, just as we had discussed in the prior city council meeting, was changing those areas of change to areas of stability to mimic the new zoning when we're changing them to that traditional residential instead of it being historic residential, and also changing those P3s that we've talked about back to P2.5, so it's that traditional residential 12,000 square foot lots. So, and planning and zoning, they thought that was a great idea. So we'll go through some of the things that we talked about with them, but for the comprehensive plan and in itself, that was a change that y'all thought could happen or should happen with the comprehensive plan, and they agreed to that, and they didn't really have any additional feedback for that comprehensive plan. So just wanted to let you know, the only reason that I really gathered from that meeting that they didn't adopt or do a recommendation is because they thought the comprehensive plan and the UDO go hand in hand, so they should be adopted at the same time. So that's the only reason why that didn't take action on that night. Okay?
Great.
All right, so moving over to the UDO, there was some great discussion, just like y'all had, on some of the recommendations. We brought everything to planning and zoning that y'all had asked us to do, and so we went ahead and brought those because we want to make sure we're doing our checks and balances. We don't want y'all to tell us something and then planning and zoning, they have to recommend approval, or they have to do their recommendation side of it. So we want to make sure that they're okay with it and that's the vision they see as well. It's not, it's checks and balances here. So one of them, which just as we talked about, is those lots that were zone P3 is to changing those to P2.5 in those neighborhoods. We will have some questions to get into later just for clarity, but it's right now, as we see it, it's all the existing RA lots in the city are now going to be P2.5, that traditional residential, the minimum 12,000 square foot lots, just as they were before. So, and planning and zoning also thought that was a good idea. Okay. RC lots is the multifamily lots. Those, their translation will still be P3, and planning and zoning thought that was still, that was a good idea to keep those P3, to keep that from down zoning, because right now the RCs do allow for multifamily. Okay, any questions? Okay, with discussion later. Okay, ADUs. They did recommend that in all zoning classifications, that ADUs should be permitted only by a special use permit. So that was to be allowed in all classifications, but only to allow them as special use permits. There was also some conversation about what the ADU might look like. So if there's a minimum lot size or minimum or maximum size of maybe 800 square feet, those are some policy decisions that we need to get some feedback on. That was something they had thought about as well. But we'll talk about that later and get y'all's feedback on those. And then another thing is, right now in P2, there was RV parks allowed, and to make those special use permit as well. So they can't just do RV parks on their property. They would have to get a special use permit in P2, which is like the rural large lots, that they would have to come and get a special use permit for those as well. So with that, I think I touched base on all of the all the things that y'all brought to us, or y'all brought to me. I brought to P&Z, got their recommendations, and then brought back to y'all just to give y'all their feedback on those things. Okay? And so now I'll allow for public comment, and then we can go into the actual agenda items, and we can have some more discussion and questions.
Great. All right.
Okay.
So we'll open this up to public comment.
Tammy Alexander, 516 Vienna. On the downtown master plan, my concern with the downtown master plan is the expansion of the current commercial historic area that we were told 2 years ago would not be expanded. It should stay the way it is now. In addition, I am concerned about the future plan for the Public Works property. The property has historic structures on it and 2 water wells, one of which the Edwards Aquifer Authority uses to monitor the Edward Aquifer. I am also concerned about Euston Square. The plan indicates development on Euston Square in direct conflict with its current and historic use. I also disagree with the multiple dwelling units in and around the historic commercial area and along Highway 90. On the comprehensive zoning and the UDO, it is my understanding that there's still being changes. And I didn't hear her say, and I thought Mr. King brought that up at the last meeting about the street parking. I'm really concerned about the street parking, and that wasn't brought up. And so that's one thing I think we need to really look into, because if you drive around town, there's quite a few houses that have street parking. So besides
Just for
that,
clarification, if I can, you're talking about the on-street parking in
and residential.
Fine,
Mhm.
right? Okay, and you did address that, right?
Okay, I just want to make sure. Okay. Okay, sounds good. So then I will reserve any future comments on this until a final version has been made available for review. And then I ask that no action be done tonight and it be tabled. Thank you.
And on all 3 of them, you're recommending all 3 of them?
Well, there's only
Yes,
one.
because I'm still, like I said, I'm still concerned
No,
with,
there's only one.
even though it's a plan, like on the downtown master plan, there's stuff on there that I think, in the future, this shouldn't be on there.
All right, would anybody else like to speak for citizens' comments? Discussion, yeah.
Public hearing.
Not adoption.
Discussion and
Public hearing.
adoption.
It's still a public hearing.
The adoption. Yeah, no decision on this.
Bruce
Sorry.
Alexander, 516 Vienna. Thank you, Brianna, for the comments. I appreciate that. You kind of covered P&Z pretty well, but I just want to make a few comments. While the P&Z has recommended to the City Council to adopt the downtown master plan, as one of the dissenting votes on P&Z, I'm here tonight to ask council to not adopt it and refer it back to P&Z with a directive to seek the positions of both the Historic Landmark Commission and the Park and Recreations Board before taking any action of the Downtown Master Plan, Comprehensive Plan, and Unified Development Code. I asked that at the P&Z and was told they had their chance to speak during open public things. Well, I'm here to tell you that Chapter 2, Article 4 of the Castroville Code of Ordinances establishes boards, commissions, and committees to provide review and recommendations on various items that come before City Council for consideration. Chapter 82 of the Castroville Code of Ordinances specifically requires a recommendation of the Parks and Recs Board for the comprehensive plan and other plans established by City Council that when a park is concerned. Okay, so your ordinances require those committees to make a recommendation. Okay, those committees have not been asked for recommendations, so P&Z can't do its job, or City Council can't either, without compliance with the ordinance and getting the recommendation of these boards. That's by city ordinance. The proposed development of Euston Square requires their input. Okay. In my opinion, this item needs to be sent back to the P&Z for consideration after receiving a recommendation from both the Historic Landmark Commission and the Parks and Recs Board in accordance with the Castroville Code of Ordinances. I also at this time renew my request for the City Council to table any further discussion on these items until the District 5 position is filled by appointment or until after the special election on May 3rd. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Anybody else like to speak for citizens' comments? For public hearing?
My name is Mickey Holzhaus. My wife Denise and I live at 514 Washington Street here in Castroville. I was in attendance at the P&Z meeting where the Planning and Zoning took action to, with a 3-2 vote, to recommend to council the adoption of the master plan. I find it interesting that it was sent to council, although it was a majority, of course. There also was, on the comprehensive zoning ordinance and the UDO, no action was taken. I think that needs to be clarified. It's interesting to know that one of the P&Z members, who's a Historic Landmark Commission chairwoman, said she would not have voted for adoption of the master plan had it come before Historic Landmark Commission. I find it interesting. We wouldn't vote for it if it came before Historic, but we voted for it if it came before P&Z. Seems to be there's some conflict there. I'm not so sure she heard herself. We were presented with some slides on the monitor, and basically what it boiled down to is that there was a picture of the downtown area with all these trees and kiosks, and it was not accurate. And there wasn't any detail, there wasn't any comparison, as we have requested, a side-by-side comparison of the master plan, old versus new, the UDO, old versus new, compared to the CZO, or the Code of Ordinances. We're still waiting for that comparison. There's no way that the citizens can review those documents and make a decision based on whether it's good, bad, or indifferent. We're still waiting on that. Concerning accessory dwelling units, there was discussion by the planning and zoning of whether it should be allowed with a variance only or with a specific use permit. Well, today, it's only allowed with a variance. And those requirements to meet that exception are extremely stringent. And there's a reason for that, because we do not want accessory dwelling units unless you petition for a variance. That's how it is today. How did this ever come to the table to start with? We were supposed to just smooth out or tweak the current CZO and the comprehensive zoning ordinances, which are one and the same. But now that became a major issue. Has there been any study done on the infrastructure of whether or not our utilities can handle UDOs? Accessory dwelling units, excuse me. We believe as citizens who consume water that as an 1.5-inch line runs by the Alexander's house, when you, certain times of the day when people are irrigating, the water pressure drops to nothing. So that's just an example of how excessive construction, high density construction, could not possibly be sustained by that water system. What about the power lines? Can they handle additional load? Has a study been done on that? I think we're opening up a can of worms here that if they can't, and new water services have to be provided, water lines, streets tore up, streets put back, power lines been increased, that the citizens of Castroville are going to foot the bill for all of that. And I know this is public hearing, not citizen comments, so I'd certainly like any comments that you have concerning any of my issues that you may say that I'm incorrect about. Do you share those concerns?
We can talk about that once we get into that portion of it, but
Oh, I thought we were in that portion. We're not?
I don't know that we can.
Well, it's a public hearing.
It's a
So
public
It's a
hearing. yeah,
public
so-
hearing.
The
We're-
purpose of the public hearing is to hear public comments, what you're providing.
Yeah.
And then it's up to the council to address those comments if they choose to in the discussion item that they have.
Okay.
And I think we tried to do last
Yeah.
meeting.
We'll make sure that it gets covered during that time.
Okay, but we can't have it. Unfortunately, when you do it that way, you can't have a dialogue.
We'll have some dialogue.
Pardon?
We'll have some dialogue.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
We just can't do it right now.
Okay.
All right, thanks. Anybody else like to speak for public hearing? All right. With that, we're going to close the public hearing at 6:34. All right, next item is discussion on and action items. The first one is discussion and possible action on the adoption of the downtown master plan. And if it's all right, I'd like to open this up and then I'll come on up, but I just wanted to open this up and just comment on a few different things. As I was talking to, and I won't mention names, but I've talked to a lot of people specifically about the downtown master plan. There were some things on there that we had talked about before that I still don't feel like they have been done. So I'll make sure that we talk about that. But somebody had said, this just really isn't realistic. I think Bob Lee said this earlier. He's like, how are you going to support all of these trees? How are you going to plant all of these trees? How are you going to water all these trees? And the other question that I had about the downtown master plan is, how do you expect to accomplish all of this stuff? Well, it's the same thing as when you look at the Parks Master Plan. The Parks Master Plan, we are not trying to implement the Parks Master Plan right now because it has way too much stuff on it. And it is a guide for us to go forward. So we do need to make sure that the things that are in there are the things that people actually want and that we find agreement on that. And where we don't have agreement on it, then we need to make sure that we don't include it in that. It can be in the aspirational portion of it, but not in the planning portion of it. Just as we talked about before about the parks and making sure that we stay in alignment with the parks on their master plan and making sure that they're getting updates so we can get good feedback. It's the same thing with this. So I really feel like there's some confusion that we're trying to accomplish everything that's on this master plan tomorrow, and that's not the case. It becomes a guide. Again, that guide becomes very important. So one of the things that we had talked about, I think that I heard more sucking wind when we mentioned kiosk than when Steve Oob mentioned light rail on Highway 19. So this is something, I get that it's something that people have seen other places, and it might be something that's nice. And if you want to put it as, hey, this is an idea for the future, then it belongs in an appendix and not in the main body of it. And so we talked about that before, making sure that anything that is in there that is an idea, I don't think it's bad to throw away ideas, but they should be as an aside, not as a part of the, hey, we believe that this is the right thing. You stick it back in the back and they can review it in 5 years or 10 years or 20 years or 40 years, just so that you've got a record that somebody had brought it up that it might be a good idea. And honestly, the same thing with Public Works, making sure that the two biggest points of contention that I've seen inside of the downtown master plan would be the kiosks and the Public Works yard.
Mm-hmm.
I think that those are the only things that I've seen that need to go back in the appendix. But with the actual downtown plan, part of what is in this is also, how do you actually adopt this? How do you take it from, this is generally what it is. If you look in the back of the Parks Master Plan, the downtown master plan, it talks about what does that actually look like. And it says in here very specifically, before you adopt anything, it talks in here about some general concepts. And the general concepts, I don't think that anybody has, I have not heard anybody express issues against this, a downtown programming steering committee. And we have something kind of like that with the downtown business group that we meet with basically once a quarter, just talking about what kind of programming, how can we accomplish Fiorella Friday better, how do we incorporate like the second Saturday, is that intrusive, is it beneficial, and walking through stuff like that. So we've got that kind of ad hoc, but it talks through some of these things, formalize a historic walking tour, beautification and placemaking. These are all very aspirational items that I think that have a perfect place in here. I mean, interesting ideas, Alsatian window box competition. So we talk about some fun little things and then making it happen. If you look through the how to make it happen, that's where we should be really picking this apart, aside from the things that we are finding opposition to, disagreement with. So I don't feel like we're ready to adopt this today. I think that we need to work through those, but we need to look at them very specifically. This is a master plan. This is, again, just like the Parks master plan. There were some people that loved pickleball courts and some people that hated them. Some people that loved tennis courts, some people that didn't care. And so it's finding that agreement on making sure that you advocate for the things that you hate and that you don't want to see and you feel like they're going to detract from it, and finding the things that you love and the things that you can support with it. So I think that we're getting close, but we need to accomplish that. But I'm going to open that back up. I just wanted to make that introduction and make
sure.
a couple of clarifications.
Yeah, and let's see, where do I start? So I don't want to keep repeating this over and over, but we did have a lot of public engagement and people did see those public work parks. They saw the kiosk and we explained those could be like temporary, for old fashioned Christmas, things of those sorts. And people were okay with it. That's why, yes, there's maybe a few that don't support it and don't like it, but at the same time, there was a lot of support that we did get for it. So that's why it's in there. That's plain and simple. It's not because we're trying to push it through or anything, but we got a lot of people that love the way Public Works, like all the sketches, not just, and yes, we do know that there's a historic home on one of the parts of it. That doesn't mean we're going to go tear that down. Like we said, it's a plan. There's also 2 sketches that show that home on there being utilized in that, all within it as one whole. So it's not that we're trying to do these things. It's just a little aspirational. So just want to pinpoint that there was a lot of public engagement and there was a lot of people that also appreciated those things. So another thing is, I guess when Miss Alexander is talking about expanding the downtown, maybe she's talking about like the renderings, how they kind of bleed into residential areas. We're not trying to expand the downtown. I believe, I don't have it pulled up right now, but even the one that kind of does look like it's maybe going like towards Paris Street, kind of into this residential area, all of those homes are existing. The red roofs are the red roofs and the ones that are already there, it's the gray roofs. So it's not that we're adding anything there. Those homes are already there. We're not trying to expand it. It's just to create the whole picture. It's not just to cut it off right there. So let me think. And another thing is, I think that's, I don't know. Y'all ask me y'all's questions and I'll answer them as best as I can.
All right,
so,
thank
yeah.
you. We'll start with Councilman Burris.
Yeah.
I actually had a question for Bruce about what he was citing.
Yeah.
So I looked up section 82-2 of our Code of Ordinances online, so in Muni Code. And I just want to make sure that this is the section you're referring to. It's 82-2 D5 under duties. Make recommendations to implement the city's comprehensive plan and subsequent plans regarding parks, recreations, and other related activities and improvements. Is that the section you're referring to?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, so
I'm not sure that I agree with your interpretation of that. It sounds like they should be consulted when implementing plans, not that their review is required for the passing of a plan.
and that's,
I know several members of the P&Z or of the Parks and Rec Board did participate in the public meetings leading up or during the creation of this plan. So I just wanted to make sure that was the section you were referring to.
May I answer that?
Yes, and then we'll have a clarification from staff and our attorney after.
Okay, I know exactly what it says, but I also know what council has always used these advisory groups for. If you want to parse out specifically what you're going to use your advisory boards for, you have that right. But when you're chairman, as Mr. Holzhaus pointed out, you're chairman of your HLC, which is on the planning and zoning, specifically says HLC will not approve this, but I'm on P&Z, so I'll go ahead and approve it. One person cannot speak for the whole board, just like the mayor cannot speak for the whole council that the council hasn't made a decision on. They have to make a decision before they can speak on behalf of them. Your park board members individually, with all due respect, are not the board. It takes a quorum of the board to make a decision in a position. So I would encourage the city. I would encourage the mayor in in openness and transparency to include these advisory boards for the recommendations before you proceed further.
Thank you. Okay, and he
He
didn't speak to.
he clarified his position.
All right,
I think that
perfect.
was the issue. The statement was made, it sounded emphatically like you have to do this. And yeah, the code doesn't say that at all. And it's not required. And we've been,
So just in clearing that up,
Right,
and
but it's-
they have all been invited to every single one of those and have been included with that. We are adamant about, the reason that we're having so many public hearings, so many meetings about this, we have met about this a bunch of times. And it was said, we need to stop meeting about it. Well, we're not going to stop meeting about it because we need to make sure that we hash this stuff out. We're not going to push anything through before it's time, but we need to make sure that we hash these things out and work together to find the things that are wrong with it, find the things that are right with it. And for what I have found with most people is that they're willing to work through this. We can have the hard conversations. Say, I hate this. Say, I love this. But have that conversation, not just tear it up and throw it away because you're dumb. That's not an answer. So in having these conversations, these boards, members of the boards have been very active at these meetings. They have all been invited. They all most of them are actually citizens. There are, I think, a couple that are not citizens, on the Parks Board, but we've had full interaction with all of these folks. So there's no lack of transparency here. There's no lack of inclusion. There's no lack of shutting anybody out of it. It is making sure that we have that open and honest conversation.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Anything else?
No.
Okay.
Not on the downtown master plan.
Councilman King?
I just got a text message that said we're not on Facebook. Is that correct?
We're not streaming yet. Joe just texted me too.
I know we're on YouTube.
And it's showing we're on. A while ago, it came up and it said it was idle, and it went down, and so I hit it again,
Technology.
and so we're back up, and I checked my settings, and we're on both of them,
So we're on
Okay,
YouTube.
yeah, that's what I got.
because I pulled it up over here.
Sorry, that was digressing.
No, that's okay. I don't know what happened to it earlier.
Yeah, because when Bruce had come up and said that our ordinances, but I tend to agree with David's interpretation of the ordinance. And like you mentioned, Bruce, it takes a forum of the board and the forum for you to vote and pass it forward. So yes, we're within criteria there. The kiosks, what's the difference between a kiosk that we set up for old-fashioned Christmas and the temporary tarps that are out there now? How do you envision that being different?
It's not different. That's the whole thing, is that it's not different. The picture makes it look a little prettier, but essentially they're the same thing. They're things that can be set up whenever, y'all essentially already do that. But the picture is a little bit prettier, but can be set up during functions, and it maybe and be temporary and then taken down or moved when they're not in use.
I tend to agree, except I disagree with him. I think I heard more sucking wind on kiosks than we did about the.
Well, I think it was the permanent kiosks.
Yeah.
that
Yeah,
I
it's
heard.
like permanent
Any
key.
worry,
And
any
I
kind of
understand, like, you don't want
permanent
people, I mean, we understand that. And like, just like the rest of the plan, anything that was to be implemented first would have to go through Parks and Rec Board and also have to be approved by City Council. Anything that, any kind of plan that was going to come to fruition or anything that was going to be implemented around there. And I do understand wanting the Parks and Rec Board included. I saw a lot of those. I know a lot of those members from HLC. I'm the liaison, or I'm the person that does the HLC board. I think most, if not all of them, went to all of those meetings. And then also I know a lot of people on the Parks and Rec board, and they attended a lot of those meetings, and I got really good feedback from them as well. So
And I appreciate that, but I guess it goes back again to this whole thing about the kiosks, and I remember getting fried. The fact that, but is there even a reason to put the pretty picture of that on there, or show what we have now?
It's not that staff is trying to push this through, but it comes to a point where we're not really getting a lot of like additional feedback. We're getting just like, well, maybe we could do this, maybe we can do that. It's okay to take an action and say, we will approve this downtown master plan, but we want the kiosk taken out, and we can make that happen. Like, that's fine. The ball's in your court, but I'm just saying that there, if that's really the sticking point, it's not that we're trying to push that on there. Y'all already do it, but if it's the pretty picture is just too much, we can take it out.
I guess what, in my
Yeah.
mind, I'm probably naive and old school, but I wouldn't call the tarps that we put up, which I put up tarps also because we're selling
Yeah.
books out there, historic books, but I guess I wouldn't call that a kiosk, but maybe that is the definition of a kiosk. I don't know.
Yeah, like I feel like a kiosk is just like a placement to be able to operate out of. I mean, it's like a temporary placement to operate out of.
But
Yeah.
what we use now is the whole parking lot.
Yeah.
And so you can't just show a little concrete thing there because that's not going to work for
No.
for the other ones.
Yeah.
It's what if you're saying what we really do, go take an aerial photo of.
Yeah, yeah, where you do all the tents along the line. Yeah, where it's not just one or there. I mean, if anything, it could maybe like old fashioned 4th of July. Like that's like if you wanted a place where people could have little kiosks to sell snacks or something, then maybe envision it like in that sense. I wouldn't say old fashioned 4th of July is like that typical where there's like when y'all have 100 vendors out there.
Yeah, because there was literally 100 vendors
Exactly.
out there for 4th of July.
Yeah.
And but because I do know that when you do continue to get these feedbacks, it's because it does concern some people. And and the first one was that first plan that showed permanent buildings in it. Now it's hard to take that back. But yeah, so I don't even know if we need to even show a concrete strip there because it ain't going to work with what we're doing now.
Yeah.
And and personally myself, I remember our oldest son tell me one time, they ought to be like Europe. You ought to have this little coffee shop out there in the middle. And as much as I like it, I realize people don't want that.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And Priscilla, I'm going to have to ask you later exactly what you meant when you said that during the meeting, because I don't think I can ask you now. And I think
You can ask for a clarification.
is that what was your clarification when you said that? Maybe
I need to hear what you said.
He said that you made the comment that this would not, you're going to vote for yes tonight, but it would not have passed. You would not have voted for it if it came before the HLC.
I guess I don't remember saying that. I talked a lot. You're talking about at P&Z or
P&Z. At the P&Z meeting, you'd said that I'll vote for it now, but I would not have voted for it at the HLC.
Well, because there's a lot there that, no, I didn't say that. What I said was I would vote for it, but just because I'm voting for it doesn't mean that at some point in time when we're looking at that to maybe do it, that HLC would approve. See what I'm saying?
Yes, I think that clarification, as we said before we actually do any kind of implementation, it does have to, we had established this emphatically as a policy. I think it was 3 years ago that we said that anything that happens in September Square or in Houston Square goes in front of HLC, right?
Yeah.
That's what I said that.
And the Parks Board. So it's HLC and the Parks Board for both of those.
If something came before us and there were, like on Public Works, they were gonna build all of this housing and everything, like they're showing on that, I would not approve that from HLC.
Yep.
Right there in the middle of, not far from Houston Square. So I wouldn't approve sitting on the HLC board, kiosks on a permanent basis. That's what I said that night. So
Gotcha.
it doesn't mean I didn't vote to go. What we were thinking is these plans, how many do we have sitting on the shelf now? We've got, 4 of them?
Mhm.
A VIP plan that over 50 people participated at one point in time and came up with a really, really good plan for Houston Square and that order. It's still sitting on the shelf. And we just,
Okay, then that answers my question.
the 3 of us that voted for it thought, this is something that, to use the words pie in the sky, okay? We know a lot of that will never happen. Can't we get this part off of our laps and go on and work on the comprehensive plan and the UDO? Because we know that master plans get set on the shelves, we've got 3 or 4 of them here, and they're still there. And we don't have the money to do those kinds of things. Now, when we do, bring it back.
Yep.
Let's decide what we like about it or we don't like about it, or HLC doesn't want to do it because it's in the very much of the historic.
Sure.
That answers my questions.
All right. Gina?
You know, at the P&Z, what comes down to at the P&Z is that board's vote. We can say that members from the Parks Board were there and members from the HLC was there, but until they have a meeting reviewing this item and documented it in their meeting minutes that they reviewed it, approved it, and gave feedback and their recommendations, it doesn't matter. And I truly believe HLC and the Park Board need to review this and give their feedback and their meeting minutes on this. Because, I mean, there's one, where is it? There. The one where it lists the different groups doing stuff. And one of them is artistic culture alongside agriculture, about school art classes, design and create public murals, art installations, and colorful intersection and crosswalks design. Well, that requires HLC being involved. So,
Yeah.
you know, they need to look at this and give their input. Same with the Parks Board. They need to look at this because they have their master plan and plans in it for Houston Square. How's it tying in with this master plan? That's what we need to do. We need to make sure it ties in and not having two different plans with two different things.
During our analysis of the downtown master plan, we did look at the master plan for Parks and Rec, the master park plan. We didn't just throw that out. We did look at those, and they do have similar things at September Square and at Houston Square. We provided those same sketches at those public meetings to show what it was already in the Parks Master Plan versus what was being proposed. So we did include all of those. It wasn't that we just made our own plan. Yeah. So we did do those, but I understand where you're coming from.
Yeah,
Mhm.
that way we have their true input. It's documented.
Yeah, please.
You reminded me. I remember when stuff came before us from P&Z, and we second guessed P&Z, and yes, we have the right to do that, but P&Z is making a recommendation to
Mhm.
us. And I remember in those council meetings, we said we have to be very careful if we go against a recommendation of P&Z. And I also agree with Priscilla where she said, this is like the parks plan. These are just conceptual pie in the sky. When we actually go and implement any one of these plans, it comes back to us then. So this is just a concept plan. I understand that. And if that's why P&Z made that decision to do this, then I personally myself, I need to, I would weigh heavily on following the recommendations of the P&Z.
But I'm not blowing them off. This plan affects 3 different boards.
Understand that, but we're just going with P&Z. Okay, you're saying that we should wait until we hear it from the other two.
Yeah,
Right.
what she said.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying. I'm not blowing off P&Z. I am saying let the historic and let the Parks Board do their review. That way we have all 3 of them.
And it doesn't have to go back to P&Z
No.
again after that.
No, because we have their
to
feedback.
Well, I'm gonna challenge you on that. I'm
May
not.
I?
Yeah, please.
Yeah, I'm the only one over here.
I'm
Get
sorry.
called on as
I'm gonna
well.
go.
Look that way. Why don't you go sit over there?
You're within
Scooch-
striking
scoot to the
difference.
herb spot, right?
No, not for downtown.
The
What
Parks
Vic used to
Board-
do is just kick me.
the Parks Board and the HLC will get their say every time anything in this plan tries to get done. Anytime anything from a drawing or suggested in the suggestions part, that will go past HLC or that'll go past the Parks Board. They will get their say. This is the one point when P&Z gets their say. And I don't think it's going past them when they're going to get to review and have a strong opinion on any given individual thing, particularly since a lot of those members were part of the public process anyway. It's not in the ordinances that these plans have to go past them. It's in the ordinance that implementation of these plans has to go past these boards. So I don't think we need to send it to them before we make a decision on whether this is an okay plan that will also have to be filtered through them before it's implemented.
Will you clarify why you said P and Z, this is their one chance?
Well,
Heck, I was going to ask the same
no,
thing.
so
I know, I
But
can see
that's
the question
true.
on your
fair
end.
enough.
Yeah.
Generally speaking, P&Z doesn't do a whole lot of case-by-case analyses of things.
Well,
Like
I'll answer it for you.
HLC sees specific requests to do specific things all the time. They're a review board. Parks and Rec is extremely low-level decisions, giving commentary on those all the time, right? The ponds. We're going to be seeking their opinion on how exactly we should go about it and what exactly we should do with the ponds. Planning and zoning isn't usually getting involved in that, right? They're sort of a higher level board. So I didn't mean to say we will never ask planning and zoning their opinion about any of this ever again, but just their spot is before council in this large planning process, and those other boards kind of naturally fit after council in this planning process.
And I just wanted to clarify, and again, I don't want to weigh in on policy. That's y'all's decision. If you want to recommend it to HLC, and again, that's a complete your decision. Staff will do what you ask us to do. But P and Z, as a matter of course, in the normal process, for instance, September Square is going to be, we decide to add parking or whatever, something related to the downtown plan. That will go before HLC. It should go through Parks. It has to go through HLC. I don't know if our current process requires to go through Parks, which is why I was suggesting earlier, I think it would make sense to revisit some of that and make sure, to the extent that this council and future councils are concerned about that we tombstone that in our process to require it, right? But be that as it may, it will definitely go to HLC. It may go to Parks, but it wouldn't go to P&Z because there's nothing about that would require, in our process, require P&Z to weigh in. Now, it could, not to say that y'all or some future council wouldn't ask for their opinion, that you certainly could do that. But as far as the process as it's laid out, again, just as a clarifying kind of staff, understanding how staff interprets the policies you all set, the only board that I'm aware of that, for instance, September Square would have to go to, or Houston Square, is the HLC. I'll have to verify whether it has to go to Parks or not. Again, good practice for
should,
the Parks. Yeah.
Well, it depends
and
on,
we've
just
been
like that
doing
ordinance that was just written read by Mr. Alexander, the implementation of anything. So yes, if there was going to be implementation of parking, then yes, that would go through Parks and Rec, but it also would go through HLC because it's a historic park.
Yeah, yes. Again, the way that I interpret even Section 82 is language about why we established the advisory board, and these are their general duties. It doesn't have the shall language, and it doesn't have the force of ordinance that would say you must do this in order for this to happen. I don't see that present. But I'm not arguing that it's not a good I think that's a good advice. For what it's worth. Again, that's
and this has been the discussion that we've had. There's areas where they are policy recommending boards. PNC is a policy recommending board. If we go against P&Z on city council, if there's a disagreement on those, we need to be really careful about that. Same thing if the Parks Board brings us something and they say, we really think that this would be great, and somebody's just got something against pickleball. Sorry, I'm picking on pickleball, but we do have pickleball courts.
Yeah, and you have to kind of think about that. So let's just say this downtown master plan, they said the one thing that Parks Board recommended to the downtown master plan is to include a pickleball court in Houston Square. Yeah, you know what I mean? That sounds really outrageous.
Didn't do that. Just
no, but I'm just saying as
I just saw the newspaper.
yeah, you know what I'm saying? But I'm saying, for instance, if they did that, so whose recommendation, if we brought you planning and zonings that had the approval, they have the recommending body, but then we got you the Parks and Rec recommendation that says, yeah, we love everything about the downtown plan, but we want to add pickleball to that Houston Square. What recommendation that, you kind of get into the weeds a little bit, but it's just for instance.
And also, Parks and Recreation has already given us their master plan
Yes.
of those two parks.
Yes.
So then, do they then have to go and say, well, this isn't exactly, but I can see an implementation of any of these, but as just a futuristic, hey, these are thoughts for the future.
Yeah.
It's good for cities to do that, but
Yeah.
when I approve these master plans, there's no way am I approving what I think we should commit future people to. Also, remember, we're making this master plan, but that doesn't mean that future HLC boards and future park boards are going to have to feel that they have to prove this master plan just because the earlier board says. It's the implementation of those current boards that will give us their recommendation.
Well, you
Well,
could
moving this item along,
Iteration.
yeah.
just trying to help you all with your meeting. What we're looking for tonight with this particular item is whether you want to adopt it or not, if there's a motion to adopt it, if there's not, specific council recommendation on the changes you'd like to see to the plan. And on the vein of the discussion y'all are having right now, I would strongly encourage you all to remove any glaring things that you think are glaring and inappropriate and you wouldn't agree to and you don't think future people agree to. Well, if there's anything like that in the plan, I don't believe there is, but if there is, then let us know what those are so that we can bring you a final draft that you think does more accurately represent your desires and more importantly, the public's desires, right?
All right. So I think that some of the folks here that are participating are going to hang me for suggesting this, but why don't we just walk through it real quick? I mean, honestly, unless you're dead set on, I know that there are some questions about this, but when I read through this, no. I mean, like, let's.
Page through page. Okay.
I mean,
I can pull.
may I just provide just a sense of context of what the plan is attempting to do?
Well, before you do that, Dave
Yeah.
I don't know that we need to walk through the entire plan. I think most people here have seen it already.
Yeah.
And we've got another 2 big discussion items still.
I'm just offering it up. I don't mind getting into the weeds. I've spent so much time in all of these documents. I don't have an issue with that. I don't have a problem with going through it individually. I got a question. Please go ahead, Bruce.
Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to clarify my comments earlier, and if I said this wrong or people interpreted it wrong, I want to clarify. I'm not here speaking on behalf of any board or commission, as I would never attempt to speak on behalf of the city council. I'm referencing that an individual capacity doesn't have the authority to speak for the board.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I'm saying. So I wanted to clarify that.
Yeah.
So everybody understands, I'm not here to represent one of the boards. I'm just asking that, saying an individual can't either.
Right. You're saying that you're representing yourself as an individual and a citizen, not necessarily as the board.
I'm not a board member of those boards. And I've no way in representing a position of those boards.
Yep. Okay.
I would rest with a quorum of that board. Thank you.
The P&Z board, you're a member of the P&Z board.
I'm a member of P&Z,
Yeah.
that is correct, but I'm not a member of HLC or the park board, and I'm in no way referencing that's their position.
Okay.
That would require a
Clarified. Thank
quorum
you.
of that board. Thank
All
you.
right.
I'm ready to make a motion.
I will accept a motion.
I'd like to make a motion that city council approve the P&Z recommendation to approve the downtown master plan.
I'll second that motion.
All right. Further discussion. All right. I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Next item is, and please recognize there is not action on this, but there is discussion. Discussion on the adoption of the comprehensive plan.
Yes. Yeah, and I will clarify, P&Z did not make they took no action last time on the comprehensive plan, so we are not expecting city council to take an action tonight. Their one, I don't want to say their one hangup, but they did think that this was unified with the Unified Development Ordinance, so they wanted those to be adopted at the same time. That was their reasoning for not doing that night, okay? Just also in that vein, I didn't hear a lot of feedback though. Like, we went through the comprehensive plan, I went through each chapter, I went through some of the old comprehensive plans and their goals and their goals and their expectations for future comprehensive plans. And there was not a lot of, that we weren't meeting those, that we weren't, there wasn't a lot of discussion about it. So the one thing that we are going to be changing, as long as we're still all in agreement, is changing those traditional neighborhoods from change to stability. And I think that y'all were in agreement and P&Z were in agreement. So I think we're all in agreement, but that's the only change as of right now that we have for the comprehensive plan. But this is an opportunity to ask any additional questions, make any additional recommendations, and let us know, y'all's general thoughts and feelings. So.
All right.
So,
I'm going to let you guys start. I have some comments, but I wanted to get your
I got a
thoughts and
question.
opinions. We're going to start on that side first.
How come you always start that side, that side? You never let me in.
okay.
He doesn't want to lose track.
we're gonna
I'm going to
start
give
with
him, yeah.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Well, I'm sorry. You're going to have to move.
No, I'm just joking. Sheena, if you want to go first, that's fine.
So in regards to the historic district, based off of what the lawyer that we're going to talk about later on said, have we looked at how that may impact the zoning?
So the zoning is in conjunction with the UDO, not the comprehensive plan. So we don't speak to zoning within the comp plan, so it will not impact the comp plan.
Anything else?
Not for the comp plan.
All right. Councilman King.
P&Z will give their recommendation to us. How many more meetings do they anticipate they will have before they're ready to make a recommendation? Or can you answer that?
Oh, we can. I don't know if we want to go into that right now.
Yeah, we can't. We can absolutely do that. It's a timeline issue, but at the end of the day, we can't tell you when they're going to do it because that's just like you all. We can give you our time of when it's possible and when we believe things will be ready for adoption, and what we're trying to do as staff to support those council and P&Z decisions. So one of the things that we'll get into in a little bit with the UDO, not the comprehensive plan, but the UDO, is some of those changes from 2.5 to 3 or 3 to 2.5. 3 is allows greater density than is present on the lots that were prescribed to be zone 3 at the time that the draft was being developed. Again, that draft was being developed with community input. These are the maps we showed everybody. But subsequent to that, both the council and the P&Z have weighed in on what if we took all of the properties that are currently zoned RA and made those P 2.5, which is 12,000 lots, et
I
cetera.
remember that.
Right. And so we'll go into that in a little bit. But what that resulted in, we sought, our legal opinion from attorney and from our
That's
group.
part of the UDO discussion, not a part of the comprehensive plan.
Right. So, I'm trying to answer Councilman King's question about timeline.
Right.
Timeline for adoption would follow if they continue, the P&Z continues to say that this would be adopted along with the UDO. The timeline for that would be an April P&Z meeting at the earliest. If they deem that they're ready we've gone through all the comments and they're ready to adopt, the earliest they'd be able to do that due to state law about notifying all of the property owners would be that meeting in April, their regular meeting in April.
Yeah, and we'll get to that in just a minute on why.
Again, that's on the UDO.
We'll talk about why.
That had to do with the fact they were going to do both sides.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the thing, I'm sorry, I'm commenting after you're done.
No, you're good. Go ahead.
No, I'm talking to them. I told them I would let them.
That was my question.
Great.
Yeah.
So basically you're telling, and the second question is, do we anticipate there'd be another joint meeting between city council and P&Z, or that there's?
It's up to you all if y'all wanted to hold
Based
that.
on their.
There's not one
conversation.
planned.
As of right now, we haven't talked about that, but it's not out of the cards.
Wouldn't be a
Yeah.
bad idea.
Well, that, again,
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm not suggesting that, I just didn't know what they're.
Not a bad idea,
Oh, if you were to do that, our recommendation would be to do that at their next regular meeting. Try and do that as a joint meeting
Yeah.
eventually because of everything else going on. Like, yeah.
But they don't need, I know earlier they asked for those joint meetings because they really didn't know what our thoughts were, but
I think, yeah, like lately, I mean, the discussion we had last time and then bringing that back to them was like, it was super helpful. And then, of course, we'll get into more when the UDO side, but of course, they're still doing their review of the UDO and coming up with their notes in some things. So
We're acting as arbiter. We're going between,
Yeah.
reporting to, and you heard that tonight. You heard Brianna state that.
Yeah, it just, because we had that, and it's not to say that y'all don't, I don't want to sound ugly here, but we had that one joint meeting and we really didn't get a lot of content out of it. There was a lot of discussion, but we didn't get a lot of feedback from it. So it's helped out going back and forth, maybe just to kind of narrow in what the comments are and then bring those back to P&Z. But if y'all want that, of course we'll do that. So, yeah.
All right, we'll work that out. Figure
Yeah.
out if that's if that's something that that we can find agreement on. Is that something you could support? When's the next one?
It's March 8th, I believe. Oh, March 12th. March 12th. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Okay.
So.
All right, we'll look at that. Councilman Merz?
It'd be extremely difficult for me to make a March 12th meeting.
It's a Wednesday evening,
Yeah,
right?
I'm aware.
Huh?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
No, I was clarifying for everybody else. Yep.
Okay, so 6:30. And yeah, just let me know if y'all want me to set that up and I'll start working on that.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't have much to say about the comp plan.
Okay. So what I was going to say about the comp plan is by law, you update it every 5 years. And so it does. Oh,
No, they changed that in the last legislative session where that is not a law no more.
keep up with these people.
I know. I know. It's always changing. But no, so we thought that for the longest time as well, but it turns out, I believe I couldn't tell you the year, but they did change that where that's not mandated anymore. Yeah.
But it's,
No.
that's good.
Yeah.
Because we
Just throw it out the window.
were already behind. The thing about the comp plan is that
It's still a best practice. It's still something we
Well, it supports your unified, it supports your zoning elements. And so no, you want a comp plan because it all ties back into your vision.
it's the bigger picture of that.
Yeah,
And that is, I see it as a standalone item, just like what we just talked about with, when you talk about a downtown master plan, it needs to align with the Parks master plan.
Yeah.
And if HLC had a master plan, which I think that their idea is to master plan it, to leave it exactly the way that,
Exactly.
that's
Don't
pretty
touch
easy.
anything.
That's pretty straightforward.
Yeah.
But when we look at the comprehensive plan, it's making sure that we have the vision correct, that we are making the statements correct. The first thing that somebody's going to do, the thing that we're trying to protect the most against, is people coming in and trying to make like change that people hate. And so to me, getting the master plan, it's essential, but it's separate. Our last master plans that we did one in 2017, we did one in 2008, we did one in 2002.
They're all scattered.
Not a single one of those was tied to the CZO, but it influenced when people read that, the people that actually took the time to read that, it influenced what they felt was acceptable. And so making sure that what we have in that comprehensive plan is what people actually want in this. If there are elements that we're stating in there that are not a part of that, then we need to keep that out. One of the things that we had talked about in the comprehensive plan was I don't remember the exact association. They might be separate items, and I'll ask our consultants about this. So with the transportation plan, we have a transportation plan, which is the walking, biking, that kind of thing. And then we have the thoroughfare master plan, which we haven't made tremendous progress on. Do those become separate items, or do they become a part of the comprehensive plan?
You can handle it either way. I mean, they could be integrated in or an appendix to the comprehensive master plan so that your land use policies and would align with your thoroughfare and your transportation policies. You know, those two things need to go hand in hand to get adequate development, infrastructure allowances, those types of things. So it makes sense that you would have them in as appendix. It'd be helpful.
Yeah, I think it makes sense for us to document exactly what those missing elements are. Because when I looked at the previous master plans, I saw a lot of them, I wouldn't call them plans. They were kind of dreamish. They had some good concepts in them.
Yeah.
I mean, if you look at the last one, they had the gridded design built in there.
Well, so
Nobody followed it.
when we did the exercise of creating the comprehensive plan, it's just like the downtown master plan. We went back through all the old plans to make sure that those ideas and goals were integrated into this existing plan. So that's why it seems like they're not too far off, is because we were trying to integrate them. We're just trying to emphasize the most important ones. So
I would challenge the P&Z to go back and take a look at that. If you can help convey that, they should be taking a look at that as a standalone item. And not to say, like, I don't care the priorities on one versus the other. That one definitely does influence from a high level, from a strategic level, down to the tactical level of the UDO. Matt, go ahead.
Both of these plans, both the downtown plan and the comprehensive plan, They set the vision, but they're intended to, particularly a downtown master plan, was written in a context that allows business owners to help implement it. It's not all in the city, and it provided a lot of framework that the citizenry that participated in it also set the goals with what they were trying to accomplish. One way to make this happen is by doing area plans, using these standards, and do a small area plan, like an area that's ripe for redevelopment, or an area that's having flooding issues that you all need to solve. And so you get these principles and you apply them to an area plan, and you make those very local community plans where you actually work with the community members, come up with an implementation plan, a budget, what's going to be used through the comprehensive plan to get those brought to reality. So that's how it generally would work.
Okay.
And I think one thing that the new comp plan touches on that, because I did read through the 2016 plan, I've heard time and time again, that's not the real plan. UTSA gave us that one and we just adopted it, which is kind of crazy for the process we've gone through to adopt this one. But I agree with this process. Just to say that y'all adopted it and it's not actually what the vision of the city was is so bizarre. So I really went back to the one previously to go look through that. And one of the big issues that we have here in the city is drainage. And so that there's a whole chapter in the new comprehensive plan that speaks directly to drainage, how certain projects could be implemented, things of that sort, that those plans that we know are important today and are going to be important in the future, that those old plans don't speak to. Maybe touch base on, it's not that they didn't mention it at all, but really these give better ideas of how to make it better.
Better recommendations.
Yes, exactly.
Because that's what the plan is a recommendation.
Exactly. Yes,
Yep.
ma'am.
There aren't rules and laws built into the comprehensive plan, but that was one of the reasons that I recommended that we change the areas of change to the areas of stability, because the thing is that, this is all of this growth. It's too much. We can't support this. And we're already experiencing change. There's been almost no construction in Castroville for the last, since Westheim Village, I think was the last big expansion. But Westheim Village, from when it started to when it finished, there was a slight traffic increase, but really not even noticeable. But what's happened since then, in and around us, that's the kind of stuff that we're dealing with, and it scares people. And so creating these areas where we say, okay, we're protecting this area. We're doing what we can with this. And expressing that in the comprehensive plan, I think, is so important, because then it tells people, if they come in, a developer comes in and says, I want to go buy a lot over here and change it. It says, no, this is our area of stability. I think it sends a good message. But we do need to continue to pick through that. And I think that that's something that I'd love to have the P&Z really look at as a standalone item. If there's nothing that is directly influencing the UDO, I don't see any reason to hold it up with that. But again, that is their decision.
Yeah, and we did talk about it with the Mr. Santee wasn't at the last meeting, but with the attorney at the last meeting, that they are standalone documents. It's not that, I believe it's Bastrop. I go through other small town cities to kind of see how they did their public process and all those things. And I want to say it was Bastrop that adopted their comp plan years before they even started knowing they were going to go through that UDO process, but they wanted to get ahead of it and start with the comp plan and then move on to that. So they are standalone documents, and a lot of communities do that.
You could say we did that, but you could say we did that, but it was in 2016. Or
Yeah.
The last one that actually referenced the need for a UDO.
Yeah.
Is there any specific direction that you're still seeking from council on the comprehensive plan? Is there any additional? I know the mayor, you went through the comments that the mayor had provided previously on some of the changes at the beginning in the public hearing portion, where you outlined, here's just some high level, basically what we're calling things in the comp plan changes. Were there any other changes or direction that council wanted to provide us? Because again, what we're doing is any input you provide to us, we're going to bring back to, we'll shuffle over to P&Z to let them know, hey, this is what the council said about the comprehensive plan, to seek their input and guidance. As of right now, again, they haven't, to my knowledge, I can't remember, Brianna, was there anything that they wanted to change to the comprehensive plan, the P&Z?
No, there was nothing that, like I said, there was not a lot of feedback about what needed to be changed. So no,
Right. So
just that they wanted it to be adopted at the same time as the UDO.
So again, beyond that, if there's any specific comments you can provide to us, we will provide them to P&Z.
And what I would ask of council is make sure that you've read every word in there and try and provide that before the next P&Z. as quickly as possible. And that
Hi,
way,
Freddie. No, I'm just kidding.
yeah, by Friday. And that way, hold on, Bruce. And that way, you can get that to Brianna and she can communicate that to P&Z, but make sure that we haven't missed anything. It's really important to do that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I mean, I can say for myself that, you read through a document and you do become blind to it sometimes because you just read through it so many times that something like there's a misspelling and it's so simple, you should be able to see that. But once you've read it so many times, it's just like you kind of just keep reading through it. So
I did spot one in the downtown plan that I'll tell you about afterwards. It's a spelling error. Honestly.
Yeah, like
We've all looked at 100 times.
yeah.
Anyway.
So, it's just stuff like that you try and we run it through all the things, right? We run it through all the things and then it's like something so small, So we appreciate all the eyes on it, all the comments. I even tried reading it backwards just to make sure I caught a lot of those things, but it's really hard to do that too. So yeah.
All right.
Upside down, backwards, all the things. So.
I've got a question from the audience, Bruce.
I appreciate everything Brianna's saying. I appreciate the discussion. I just wanted to clarify why, at least in my opinion, why the P&Z wants to put the things together. Actually, I made that suggestion. And it was discussed with the attorney that was here. And actually 211.004 of the local government code, please look that up, 211.004 is specific about compliance with a comprehensive plan. And it says, and I quote, zoning regulations must be adopted in accordance with the comprehensive plan. Okay, so the discussion was why we wanted those together, because as the UDO consistently changes, we want to make the comprehensive plan matches up with the UDO, because UDO is generated from the comprehensive plan.
Yeah, I think it's the other way. You're saying that we need to make sure that the comprehensive plan is the guiding document and the UDO cannot act in conflict with the master plan.
Right, but the thing is, as the UDO continues to change, it may result in changes to the comp plan in its final version.
Right.
So that's why we asked that it be delayed and put together.
Bruce, which version of the LGC are you looking at, just for clarification?
2024, the most recent.
Okay, good. All right.
Yes, sir.
I have
I
a
hope
maroon
they
one and I
haven't
have one
changed
that
it
color, and I can't remember which
Yeah.
date is which.
Just the most recent edition.
Yeah.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify why it was asked to put those together.
But it's really a moot point because P&Z is recommending that we don't.
Right, but I just wanted
Yeah.
to clarify why
Yes.
we were talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah, to me, when we talk about the difference between strategic and tactical is getting down into the weeds with the individual items and details. That's the UDO. The strategic level that guides the rest, we need to make sure that the comprehensive plan is the guiding, that we haven't missed stuff in the comprehensive plan.
Yeah.
And so I think that it would be great for P&Z to take a look at that.
Yeah.
I think it's, anyway.
Yeah, would they have, I don't want to make it seem like P&Z hasn't taken the time to read it. I mean, we do
Oh,
have,
no, and I don't mean that.
yeah,
I don't mean
they
that
have.
disparaging.
It's just, it's a lot, so.
All right. Anything else on the comprehensive plan? Okay, the next item is discussion on the Unified Development Ordinance. Again, there is no decision. And this one I do want to open up, if you can give me a little bit. So, I've heard a lot of people that, I'm trying to break apart I've had a lot of people that have made individual comments about individual items on the UDO. And this is perfect. It's great. It's saying, I don't want lots this small in where I am. I don't want ADUs where I am. I don't want these things to happen. I don't want my way of life to change where I am. And so it's picking apart these details, and it's absolutely imperative.
Mhm.
When we looked at, so we've been looking at this now for, we first started doing this 2.5, almost 3 years ago. And we were like, as we approached it, we're trying to figure out the best way to guide the developers that were coming through. And the thing that stressed us out is we were going through and doing these individual development agreements, and we did them based on what was done with Alsatian Oaks. And we've refined that process since then. We followed the direction that was given during the Alsatian Oaks, and we've refined that to make sure that people had a better input with it.
Mm-hmm.
But the reason that we were doing these things is because we're setting a vision to say, this is what people will support. This is what people can live with. This is, it's setting the standard for that kind of thing. And so when we looked at, there's really three different types of zoning. Is it three? Basically, you've got your use type. So the CZO is a use type.
Mhm.
It's a separation of uses. This was first introduced back in 1930. So if you think about what happened in Castroville before 1930, most of the parts that you love happened before that was implemented. This wasn't implemented until the 1970s. And there was a lot of great stuff that happened between, when we looked at, by 1940, I think we only had 10% of the buildings here.
Mhm.
And then we had 90% from 1940 to basically 2010.
Yeah.
And so what happened since then, if you look at the most remarkable places in Castroville, those are the places that we love. The most remarkable place. Can anybody say the most remarkable place, the thing that you love the most, is Highway 90? I can't imagine that anybody would. But our CZO and this usage separation has created this Highway 90. And so we're saying we believe that we can do better than this. We believe that this is something that we can accomplish more, and we don't turn the whole place into, I've heard many references to Bernie, to San Marcos, to, like, I don't want to be any of those places. It's trying to make sure that we are growing in a way that makes sense, in patterns that make sense with the way that Castroville is built. So that on one side, it's complete separation of all uses. And then on the other side, what was recommended in the 2008 comp plan was doing a form-based. And honestly, when we went through the journey series, and at the end of that, the recap, one of the statements that I had made is, I believe that this is the right way to go, is doing a form-based. So we're not doing a form-based, and let me explain that a little bit. The form-based, the reason you would use a form-based, or where form-based are used the most, it's by master plan developments. It's by these large developers that say, and there are so many examples of this, where they say, I own 1,000 acres and I'm going to develop it out. And I want to make sure that the last lot that I sell is multiple times more valuable than the first lot that I sell. And to do that, I'm going to create a place and I'm going to master plan this. And I want it to look like this. And I want it to feel like this. But the fact is that they own that and they can make those determinations. Our state law does not allow us to make those determinations. We can't tell people, we can say the form, but inside of that form, they can do things that we didn't want. And so form-based is aspirational. If you've got full, absolute, complete control over everything that's built, form-based is the most productive. It can create the most beautiful things. But we realized that there were too many abuses that could happen inside of that. And so then you find that place in the middle. The place type zoning, think about it as what it is. It is making a place. It is making sure that what is in there, this is the place that you want. And what we've heard emphatically from the entire city is we want the place where we live to remain the place that we live. We heard this through Simple City when they went through and they did the DNA analysis. They said, your mix here is the right mix. What you have here is beautiful and it is wonderful. It's a great thing for you to interact with. But what you have in your codes doesn't create that. It creates what's out on Highway 90. And so the reason that we went with the place type really was to, if we were just looking at the existing city, then our usage separation, you're not going to build it out much more than what it is. And so there's not much difference that you can make, but where you make the big difference is on the external portions of the city. And so when you look at the UDO, I'm sorry, you had a question about that? Yeah, please. Yeah, please challenge it.
After living through Austin, and those communities like South Lamar, Lower Congress,
Yep.
all that, whatever's here, if we don't have the right code in place, it will be bulldozed.
Yep.
And three-story. And that's the other part. Just because we're inside the river, it does matter.
Yeah, no, absolutely. No question.
You can't relax. Is my point.
Right. And that's why we described it as place type, because this is the right place. I would say with the exception of Highway 90, and this is nothing against any of the businesses that are on Highway 90. I frequent those often because I really hate leaving Castroville. So, I mean, these are viable businesses. And we're saying every time you tear down one, you rebuild it. This is the type of place that we want. This is the interaction with the built environment that we really want. And so you're not going to fix Highway 90. You're not going to tear down all the buildings no more than you're going to plant 1 million trees throughout downtown. But you're saying as we go forward. Every time somebody takes down a new building, here's what we want in its place. It's not a high rise. It's not a multi-family apartment complex. And a lot of those were built into what the UDO says. The biggest part where that's going to make a difference, if you look at, I think it's actually in chapter 4 is when it begins. It talks about when somebody comes in and they want to do a development, what they're coming to us with is they want to build a bunch of homes. And the one thing, if you remember back to when we looked at where does our actual income from, it's 13% right now comes from the housetops. So what they're building in there, they're going to put a bunch of housetops, and then they're going to smack a bunch of retail on the very front of that. And we're going to have to get out on the Highway 90, or if we can ever finalize what we're doing with the northern route, we're going to get out onto the northern route, and we're recreating what has been created down Petranco. It's happening right now down 211. They had the opportunity to do something with, actually, they're in the county.
The county.
Yeah.
So not much.
But what's happening on 211 is exactly what happened on Petranco. And if we don't make sure that they're doing place types, if we don't make sure that they are creating the interaction with the built environment so that other people can enjoy the same things that we do here on the outskirts, then you're going to get more of Highway 90. And so that's the reason that we went with a place type. And it wasn't willy-nilly. It was a very purposeful thing that we did. Now, the implementation of that, I would challenge anybody. I've heard also, man, this is too long. It's too many pages. It's too confusing.
Oh, dang it. I
What's
forgot.
that? You were going to print them up, yeah.
I was going to print, well, because I already have them printed out, and they're in my car if y'all really want me to go grab them. But that's one comment we've gotten, is that it's just too much. But I printed out all the UDO, and I printed out the CZO, and then the Chapter 24 signage, and then Chapter 100 subdivision ordinance. And that stack is just a little bit bigger. I mean, not by much, like maybe like this much, but it's bigger. There's more words. It's just to say that this is the biggest document is not fair. It's just that those other documents are spread out amongst 3 documents.
Which has caused some confusion as well.
Yeah.
It caused confusion when we were looking at a development downtown. The good thing was that the processes are in place, the safeguards are in place to make sure that you know when those kinds of things are triggered. I don't remember the exact place. There's a place in here, the first diagram, is that in, here we go. Gosh. I don't want to get too much in the weeds, but there's do you remember where that one is? Where it says the decision-making body, I guess you guys, I should ask you.
Well, I just don't know what your question is asking.
There's a table in there that says, page 22? No, it's not that one. It's when we looked at which one HLC makes the decision on, which one council makes the decision on, which one goes to a public hearing.
Yeah, it's the table that's at the back of that
It's
chapter.
Chapter 2.
And it's like the last page in that chapter, I think.
Actually, it's at the beginning.
Oh, is it?
Yep, table 2.1A. General
No,
development
that's-
process steps.
That's actually not it.
Brianna, do you want my copy?
There's an authority matrix, right?
Okay.
I just brought it in here. You want to use mine?
Page 72, Mayor.
Thank you. All right. So if you haven't, and this is something, and I'm telling you, we've been picking this apart. I've been picking it apart with individual homeowners, with my neighbors, with my friends, with Word Simple City. I'm so sorry. Always bugging them about it. Also, Brianna and Scott. And we've been digging through this and trying to find where are the places where people can abuse this. Because that's the biggest concern is same thing with the CZO. Where can people abuse it? Where can they take advantage of the system? Where can they cheat the system and create something that we don't want? And so when you look at this, the way that you read this, do you guys have a copy of this?
It's all.
If anybody wants to see that, I'd be happy to share it. But it talks about there's a public hearing required for.
Here, I have it. I'm going to pull it up on my computer.
Thanks.
Yeah.
So there's a public hearing required for anything about annexation, about a comp plan amendment, about a neighborhood plan, about any one of the zoning changes, any special use permit. I think the only thing, pretty much anything, even an administrative decision on appeal on place type zoning, that happens through a public hearing with the ZBOA. So it's making sure that we understand which things go to a public hearing, because we know that the Pony Express is going to be the most effective thing when somebody comes up with something that we don't want, making sure that it goes through that public process and making sure that people realize they come here and they say, I want to do something. I think it looks great. Find out that my neighbors hated it, but they know exactly what that public process looks like. And that there was a lot of expectation, a lot of accusation that what had happened with the development proposal over on 505 went outside of that, but it's because we don't have these kind of matrices already built in. So part of what we wanted to make sure is that people knew, when do you start worrying?
Yeah.
What do you look out for? What are the wording in the city council agendas that make you pause with this? And so this is the type of thing, it's not the end all be all, it won't accomplish everything, but these are the kinds of things that people need to be aware of. And hopefully through this process, they'll become more aware of it and understand that these are the things you need to look out for. Right now, who knows? I never knew so much about our CZO, about what those individual items were going to be.
Mhm.
Okay, I wanted to make sure that I set that as the expectation, and we are working through these details. There are some, by the way, there's a couple of them on that recap that you had sent that we had missed, I think 2 or 3 different items. So I'll make sure that I get back.
Well, we're gonna go through those right now.
Yeah.
So
Okay, yeah,
Brianna has a list of the items that have been presented. We're talking about the UDO specifically. These are items that have been presented that council weighed in on at the last meeting, presented to P&Z, they weighed in on. And then we had another meeting with the mayor and Simple City with some suggestions, and we're going to cover those as well to try and get council input on those, right?
Yeah. And so as you can see, so we, the areas of stability and change, those are already in the comp plan, and we've already spoken to those. So the next one is add a minimum lot frontage with 2.5 of potentially being 80 feet. I know we kind of spoke to this last time. Right now, I think the smallest lot size is an 83-foot frontage for residential. And that's just because there was some fear of potentially somebody coming in and creating 9 lots within a block or something of that sort. So that's just another topic that we could talk to. I know we spoke about it a lot last time, but I don't think we got any really good feedback from P&Z on it. They didn't seem to, I don't want to say to care one way or the other, but they didn't speak a lot about it.
There wasn't a consensus opinion delivered.
No.
That's the safe thing.
Really
Yeah.
hasn't affected things, right? What we currently have.
No, that's only. I think Mr. Mers, if I think you're at the last meeting, he kind of made it clear that unless you were to come in and demo, then there could potentially be maybe 9 lots, but it would.
But
It's
that
pretty
would
far
trigger it.
fetched, yeah.
But that would trigger a public hearing.
And it would also trigger a public hearing. That's correct. So, so that's just one thing. But we're trying here to hammer out some of these details, and we want to make sure we're doing everything right. We don't want people to feel like they haven't been heard. So that's just one. Is there any additional feedback on that? Do you have any questions about it? Any concerns?
I still don't think we need to add that requirement.
Okay.
What's it now?
83-foot frontage.
83.
I believe so. Yeah,
On the CZO, you mean?
on the CZO. Oh, you're talking about right now in the.
In CZO, I think it's only 80 feet.
I would have to. It's between 80 to 83.
So if we leave it the same, 80 and 83 is the same, isn't it?
That would probably make a lot of non-conforming lots, since areas that are currently RA are going to become the same thing as the downtown lots. And
There's definitely
RA doesn't have as oddly specific of numbers as HE does.
some of those lots will become non-conforming in other ways as well. Is that correct?
Yeah, well, because the minimum square footage now, but I think we all kind of talked about that last time, that it's okay if there's a little bit of non-conforming lots that are not, that have a lower square footage than the 12,000 square feet.
I understand what David's saying, but if it's already there at 83, does that change anything to switch it from 80? I guess in my mind, I've been telling everybody, we're not going to change anything in the existing living areas.
Yeah.
And because this isn't this whole process is not to sneak stuff in. We're going to, in the historic, it's really this whole process is for the stuff that's going into the east.
Mhm.
So we're going to keep everything as much as humanly possible. So I guess, could you, how big is the thing, research that there's a big difference between 80 and 83 as far as non-conforming? And if there's nothing, then we just leave it the way it is.
At 83.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's my
Or whatever it is in the
Whatever.
CZO.
Yeah, whatever it is in the CZO. Okay. Yeah, I need to confirm. Maybe it is 80.
We're
Yeah.
going to add one. Can we use the lot width from RA in the CZO?
Which would be, because we're changing them all to the 12,000 square foot minimums. Yeah, I can pull it up.
In HE or RA?
Okay, so but
RA, it is
80 feet. Yeah, that's,
just HE has the 83 foot.
and
Right.
I,
And there's no new lots going into what is currently in the HE district. And by putting it at 80 feet, it keeps all of the lots in conformance. And it also just, I'm going to get dizzy.
golly,
And
I
it
know.
also precludes anybody from being able to subdivide an entire block into 9 lots instead of 8 lots.
Yeah.
But it also, even though, to me, it's kind of belt and suspenders because you do have the public process
Mhm.
and we know for a fact that that works.
Yeah.
But I don't have really a problem with belt and suspenders. I'd
Yeah.
rather put a belt and suspenders now and then let future councils
So,
hash that out and make it less lenient once things settle down. Or
Sure.
less stringent once things settle down.
okay, then my personal recommendation, but of course y'all can do it, was just like, is to keep it at 80 feet because since we're doing the minimum square footage at 12,000. So instead of doing the 83.4, because we're not doing the 13,911s, is keeping it at 80. And that's not going to allow for an additional lot on that parcel, on that block
You couldn't do
regardless.
9 lots in
No.
the
Mm-mm.
historic area.
Yeah, just to keep it consistent. It's just a consistency.
Sounds good. And then that way we're conforming to everything.
Exactly. Yeah. Okay.
So it's a benefit there.
Okay. Then we are good on that. I'll go back to the.
Didn't hear from Sheena yet.
Oh, I'm sorry, Sheena.
I'm good.
Thank you.
I'm waiting till we get to the zoning area with my questions.
Okay. And then something else that came up is have a table referenced in the back, just so we know what our IBC, IRC, the comp plan, these are ICC codes that we have to use that they're already established within our codes of ordinances, downtown plan, just to make sure if people want to be able to go look at those, they can, because they do pertain to the codes. We just don't put them in the codes because I don't know if y'all have seen the IRC code books. They're literally like this big. It's ridiculous. So we just want to make sure that's okay, just as a table of reference to put those in the back, related documents. I think we were talking about just making them also clickable PDFs. So if you are in it digitally, you can click that PDF. So you don't have to go search that document itself. You can just go straight to it. So, okay. Any concerns about that? Okay. Let's see, index of each chapter. So right now the chapters, they're pretty broad. Like, so if you go to the beginning, not every section's broken out. So let's just, we'll go look at it real quick because it's easier to look at than explain. And okay. So at the very beginning, sorry, y'all can close y'all's eyes for a minute.
Getting sleepy.
Yeah. Okay, so here's the table of contents. So you see it has some things broken out, but within these subsections, there is additional subsections. So I think the one that's most hindering is maybe the neighborhoods, additions, and subdivisions, because yeah, you see all of these things, but you don't see where the water requirements are or where the sewer requirements are. But we have all those things listed within the document. So it may be beneficial to list them all out. So if somebody's looking specifically for, I want to know what wastewater we have to do, they don't have to scroll through that document or do a document search. They can see that from the very beginning in the table of contents. It will significantly lengthen this table of contents because there's going to be quite a bit. We have a lot of sections in there, but I do think it's a good practice. But that's completely up to y'all. If y'all think that's good or not. So
I think that's really prudent because like when you're doing the comparison, one of the things that confused me at first was in the UDO in chapter 3, it was referring to small commercial and large commercial and identifying exactly what that looks like.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think that having that, even if it's a an extra 2 pages at
Yeah,
the beginning of each section. At least you can go and you can look for keywords. And the other thing is when you're doing it, because I think nowadays most people are going to be doing this online because
Yeah.
nobody wants to print out how many pages.
yeah.
So making sure that it is searchable inside of that,
Okay.
they can go to those points in the tables of contents. I think that's really helpful.
Okay, so any additional thoughts on that? Y'all good with that? Okay.
Like it.
Like it. Good. Good. Okay. This one I don't think y'all should have any issue with, but it was a oversight. We forgot to include water rights from the UDC into the from the from the subdivision ordinance into the UDC. We are already doing that. We need that. We need to make sure that all developments are bringing water rights. So it was an oversight. So I hope y'all agree to that because we're not going to take it out. So no, I'm just kidding. But if y'all have any issues with it, let me know. But we will be adding that to the subdivision section of that portion. So.
Good decision.
Okay, good. And then right now in section 2.2.3, design charrette optional. So right now it's stated almost like you have to go through that, but what we're thinking, and this is completely up to y'all, is making it optional if a developer wants to go through that process. We do think it's beneficial to sit down and kind of go over with consultants or staff to see what we want as a city before they come, but I don't know if it needs to be mandated that they do that. So, and that's how it reads right now. So that's just a policy decision that we were coming to you with.
Well, I think that, so the idea behind this, the charrette allows them to come in and propose kind of like what we did when Flat Creek wanted to come in and put it, I think they were looking at like 900 homes over by the airport. And we had them do a design charrette with a city planner. And they kind of mixed it up and made sure that there were some other uses in there. That's an expensive and cumbersome process, and us burdening them with it, us burdening, most importantly, city staff with that. I think that was the whole reason that we started doing this UDO.
Yeah.
They should have it very clear in the UDO, and if they want clarification beyond that, I think that that's allowed. But
Yeah.
I think that a lot of them can figure out, when you look at the neighborhood mixes that are in the requirements, I think that they can extrapolate that out.
Yeah, I think it's all baked into the code. So to make them go through that process is pretty cumbersome because they already have to go through our ordinances or their code that stipulates what they have to do. So but to go through that charrette process first, I get it to maybe bounce some ideas off of one another, but I think it should be optional if they want to do that with us. Yeah.
If they want to go in there because they're forced to, but they're just going to not listen.
Yeah,
It's better to have the make sure that the codes and the patterns that we have identified in here that we mandate through this,
Mm-hmm.
that they understand what that is, and that should guide them with it.
Yeah. So if y'all are okay with that, that's what we're kind of looking at too. All good?
I had noted several times that shall or will schedule a charrette felt like overkill,
Yeah.
especially
Okay.
for some of them, some of them were targeted at like smaller areas and like said, we'll do a charrette. And I was like,
Yeah. So, okay, we'll fix that so it doesn't sound so Okay, and then, sorry, this is Miss Alexander. This is where we talk about on-street parking. So that's one thing. I think y'all did bring it up, but we did bring it up to planning and zoning, allow for on-street parking in 2.5. I'm pretty sure we've heard that resonate throughout the community. And I think that was also an oversight on our part that should have been included in the initial UDO. So, but as long as y'all are good with that, we'll make sure it happens. Okay. Sheena, any questions about that? No? Okay. And then, this is just one. Okay, so 1114 FM 471 to P5. I'm going to show it to you just because we're not just doing this because we want to. This is because this was also an oversight on our part. Like I said, we are going through this with a fine-tooth comb. You can see all that, right? Okay, so this property right here, it is zoned currently as commercial, but we put it as P2.5. That is a down zoning. So we do think it should be consistent with the places around it and be P5. And that's just really, we should be doing that already.
No,
isn't that property a house?
It is a house right now.
Which would be non-conforming under P5.
Yeah.
No. Would it?
I think P5 does not allow detached house.
It doesn't.
As a building type.
Okay, I'm sorry. All right.
Yeah, so.
But that residence is also, so when you change somebody's, what they can actually do on their property.
Yeah,
we
that gets into a little bit stickier. So what recommendation, and maybe it'll like it could soften that area a bit in the future, is bring that down to P4 instead of doing P5, and that will allow for the residence that's there as conforming, and then also allow for a little bit of small commercial, small form commercial in the future.
Would that be considered a down zone or not?
That wouldn't be.
Sorry.
Does anybody know who lives there?
The Advance,
I think the gentleman's here. He spoke
Mr.
at the last
Advent,
meeting.
right?
Right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I believe he made a zone change request to move that. Yeah, I believe. Yeah, so he requested that, but we saw it as a misstep on our part. That's why we're doing it at this stage.
Right.
So my question is P4 a down zone from what he currently, because you said he's currently zoned commercial?
Yeah, CH West.
Okay.
Wait, East, sorry. CH
Okay.
East, yes.
Okay. So would P4, because it sounds like both, because in the new proposed place type,
Mhm.
both P4 and P5 are commercial.
That's correct.
And really a lot of times the use really is dictated by the size of the building, which is
Mhm.
dictated by the size of the lot.
Yes.
Because again, you have coverage requirements, et cetera.
Mhm.
So I'm sorry, I think you answered, but the answer is no, it would not be a downzoning. It'd be a,
I don't believe so because they can
P4.
still utilize that property as a commercial property.
okay. So
But correct me if I'm wrong. Oh, no.
So look at this. I'm not answering that right here.
Oh, okay. Oh,
Come on.
Hey,
come on.
smart man.
okay, sorry.
All right,
But
council members has a
I'll talk to
question.
Matt about it. We'll make sure. We'll make sure.
yeah.
Would it be appropriate? Can we just ask him whether he'd prefer a non-conforming residence or less?
Well, I think that's something-
developable state?
He's already requested for commercial though.
Okay, so you
Let's-
requested the P5.
Correct. The
Oh,
way it
okay.
is now.
So,
Well,
Okay, well then.
It's not exactly, can we do this? Can we get you to schedule some time with them and look at the differences between the two? Because they're both, they should both fit within there.
yeah, sure. If you would like that, yes.
So
sure.
it would either be P4, which would be a less intense use, or a P5, which is the equivalent of what it is right now.
Because as you can tell, I'm being overrun on all sides, except for the north, which we all know that's gonna be P5.
No.
No,
that-
it's
that
right
is
now,
not.
it's still rural.
It'll
Right.
be P5.
So if that goes to P5,
Don't kid anybody in the room, it's gonna be P5.
well, so let's be clear, that proposal came before council, I think it was 5 years ago.
4 or 5 years ago.
And it goes through a public process, and the Pony Express will get that around, so everybody within 200 feet will get notice of that. And the last time that happened, it was very similar. Everybody that was around there, especially the people that were directly across the river, they said very specifically, this is not what we want. And so going through that process, you know that it would have to go through an approval process by basically the neighborhood.
Yeah.
The purple strip across the street will have 100% opposition. You see it's purple now, so it'll be P5.
Okay,
100% opposition.
Where is Bill Miller's?
It's this
to the-
purple, right?
Purple
Big
one right
purple.
here.
So this is the little piece of property that butts up to Bill Miller's, and it now currently is.
CH, yeah, it's a
Yeah.
commercial.
And
Yeah,
then
CHs.
the other stuff up there is, I remember Darren, they wanted to change that because like residential now.
Yeah.
And everybody showed up at the meeting and were totally against it. It's the people across the river that it would affect. And
That's-
not one person was in favor of that.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah, so it did, yeah, so that, that request got denied, so.
Yes.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Public.
But we'll speak and you can
But
let.
again, to be clear, that was 4 or 5 years ago. That red or that purple, that was what, 6 months ago? 100% opposition. All
Well-
blue right there, 100% opposition.
But the people across the river is we're talking about.
no.
I'm talking about recent history.
We're talking about two different things. So what Phil is talking about is the lots that are directly adjacent to you. What he's talking about is with,
the
Heights
Al-
of Castroville.
heights of Castroville. Yeah.
Yeah. No, and I understand that, but again, yes.
and actually, when you look at that, I think that those, that's a good catch on that one. That one should be, what would it be, P4 for that one, not P5?
Uh, Heights of Castroville?
Yeah, for the commercial part of Heights of Castroville, because that would fit within. So
That
the
area.
idea behind having some of these things is creating a buffer. There are a couple of houses that are along there that have actually
You
been.
know, that's probably a good point just to talk about right now. I mean, not to get into like specific zoning of every single property, but since we're right here in that area, I think that is actually probably a really good recommendation. Is right now it's P5. We're going to talk about the noticing later, but it may be beneficial to put that down at P4 to ensure that it's small form commercial and not anything that will overrun that residential area right there. So, but that's a policymaker decision, and then we'll send out those notices to reflect that if you want to. So,
This is the one you're talking about, the purple, right?
that's correct. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's the Heights of Castroville property that was, related to that development agreement where we talked about as part of the council's policy for these types of developments, where it abutted a major roadway like this. We were saying, hey, you need to have a portion of your development be commercial, but we were trying to get that commercial to be complementary of what's being built, right? Not have a 7-Eleven with a bunch of graffiti, right? But have something that fits with the community and makes it walkable, much like what we're doing in downtown.
Yeah.
And so the idea was to create something, and that was actually through the development agreement, is to have a low intensity commercial. What could have happened with that is if you look at just to the right of that box, there's that line that's basically right behind the house.
Mm-hmm.
There was 35 acres there that was 100% in the county, and that could have all been commercial.
Yeah.
And so that was done in a development agreement with very specific uses that were low intensity retail. So that should be a P4.
Or
Yeah.
5-story apartment towers.
Does anybody else
could
want to
have
weigh in? Does anybody on this? This isn't intended to go over specific parcels.
No, but this is
since we're going to give feedback back to P and Z,
Mhm.
let's take this opportunity. So P4, we heard the mayor's. Does anybody else want to weigh in on that?
I agree.
I think P4 has been underused, generally speaking, in this map. We have a
Yeah.
lot of 2 or 2.5 or 3 butting right up against 5.
Okay, so I will. I'll make.
Well,
the note.
that's actually a good point. As we create, sorry, I'm gonna.
No, it's okay. I know I put myself down a rabbit hole here. I know.
Well, so if you look at Provident,
Okay. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
well, that is P5 on Provident. Where it's appropriate on Highway 90 is appropriate on Provident.
I see what you're saying. Is those
So
back
should that
lots
be
that
more
abut up to
P4?
Provident potentially bring those down to P4?
Right.
Huh? Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah. But I don't
enough.
think, like I said, I don't think it's a bad idea to make sure that it's small form and it gets more intense as it goes up to Highway 90. I don't think these are bad ideas. I think it's actually better for these communities because then you have this small form commercial that's abutting up against residential and it's not that large scale. So as it goes on to Highway 90, then you have the more intense, more diverse, and then
Well, even 90, I think we should take a really hard look at, see what's existing there,
Mhm.
and to the extent that it reflects P4 more than accurately reflects P4 instead of P5. Unless there's an overwhelming desire to make that P5, I think we should try to preserve it as P4 because in effect you'd be upzoning them, right?
yeah.
To
And
P5.
on some of those lots on facing Provident,
Mhm.
there are currently duplexes, and at least in the draft I have printed out, duplexes are not permitted in P5. So
Okay.
again, we're
So
in a
then,
situation where we're either downzoning them or we're rendering them non-conforming.
okay.
Right.
Just
Just in case we're using terminology, if people are not familiar with the different zones, P4 is the equivalent to downtown Castroville. So it is smaller form, and if you look in the uses, it is 2.5 stories, not 3. 3 stories is in. P5 is basically Highway 90, so that is what the potential more intense commercial and multifamily. So it's creating these buffer zones of
Transitions,
transitions, yeah,
Mhm.
transects.
smooth transitions.
And I don't think there's anything inside of P4 that would make any of those non-conforming. I think that
No. Okay, so this is my recommendation, just thinking through this. And I'm also thinking about this timeline that we still have to go over in my head about noticing and things of that sort. maybe it would be beneficial to have a joint workshop on our regularly scheduled planning and zoning meeting, if I can make that happen with them and they would be amendable to it, to strictly discuss, especially something like this,
Individual details, yeah.
instead of me going back and forth, because that just elongates that process.
Well, can we talk about notice?
Yes, actually, I think that was the last thing on our list, so yeah, we can go into noticing.
So I want to,
Well, before we get into that, I want to make sure that we have, Sheena, you had mentioned you had some questions or concerns.
Yes.
Yes.
So
Yes,
let's get into this first.
Okay.
Sure.
So at the last meeting, we talked about inside the horseshoe, having everybody be under the P 2.5.
Yes, ma'am.
So now with looking at what the lawyer review is regarding the historic district,
Mhm.
how are we going to highlight or name, because we have 2.5 named as historic residential.
Yes, ma'am.
Are we going to have historic residential /
So that's when, so we did talk and I didn't touch base on it because we all kind of came to that same conclusion. So we're going to switch over the terminology from P 2.5 from historic residential to traditional residential, since it's not just the historic part of Castroville.
Right.
But we are still going to maintain the historic district overlay, which you can see right there in the black. And all of those are still the historic district. And those still will have to be regulated by the Historic Landmark Commission. And we'll talk about that more when we go over with the attorney, that letter. But that does not affect the zoning in that area.
But do we need to change the terminology in the CDO, the
Yeah.
UDO, to reflect the proper?
Yes.
The age.
Yes, you're correct. So yes, we'll probably, we'll have to look and discuss what that terminology looks like. But yes, you're correct. We will have to look at that.
Okay.
Yeah.
traditional, I think.
Yeah, traditional, but
Right.
for that historic district overlay, maybe call it HE historic overlay, because it all or H historic overlay, because the way we word it in the ordinance is saying it pertains to H zoning. So we'll be like H historic overlay or something of that sort.
Okay.
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 Another question?
No, that's it for the zoning.
Okay.
I have more for the signs when we get there.
Oh, you can, or do
This
we
is
want to
all
go
part
into?
of the-
No,
Yeah.
All right.
what?
Yeah.
So,
This might be, so she had questions about the signs.
I know,
Yeah.
what was your comment? It's not in the UDO?
No, it is.
Oh, what'd you say?
Okay.
I said it is in the UDO.
okay.
Unlike
so-
the CZO has sign ordinance in the CZO plus the sign ordinance that's in our code of
Right,
ordinances.
right.
Yeah.
Okay.
So under the signs, section 51071 address signs,
Yes, ma'am.
we have that the signs will be applied to the house, residential, commercial, shall be between 4 to 6 inches. Address should sign numerals applied to individual. Address signs will be easy visible using color or materials that contrast with their background.
Mhm.
How does that apply to our historic?
So we actually already have that regulated within our historic district as well, that it fits within these parameters.
Okay.
That it has to be they are more stringent, but it speaks directly to this as well.
Okay. I was
Yes, ma'am.
just making sure because that question's going to be asked.
Yes, ma'am.
You know,
Good question. That was a good question.
Yeah.
Then, under the 51010, sign administrative permitting,
Yes, ma'am.
what penalties are we looking at when we come across those that put up signs that they had not had a permit and blessing on?
That goes to the same code enforcement process. We are not changing that within this. So whatever was the existing code enforcement process is to remain.
Okay, so then the
Mhm.
enforcement, it has listed here, the sign administrator
Mhm.
does it. It's actually code enforcement.
It's code enforcement. Yeah. So
We
we can
need to
change.
change
We can
that.
change that language. Okay. So sign administrator.
Because I'm looking at it and people are asking me, well, who's
Who's
the
the
sign
sign
administrator?
administrator?
Yeah.
Good. That's
No,
that's
that's
the
good.
type of stuff the mayor was bringing
Huh?
up earlier that
Yeah.
we just need to, I think we need to tighten up those.
Yeah, but
references,
code
and
enforcement's the
that's
one
where
who's-
we really need your
Yeah.
help. And putting that
Okay, I
stuff
see
out.
where
That's
Matt's
great.
saying so I guess it's different if it's going through. So for permitting perspective, it would be the sign administrator, building official, because I would be the one to let them know the regulations, and then code enforcement would only go out there and speak to them if it was not per the permit or not to regulation. That's right. Okay, but
This
But
is
maybe we-
enforcement.
yeah. Okay, so wait, maybe what we should do is do sign administrator or designated person, something like that.
Well,
I think-
for enforcement,
Yeah.
again, when you talk about enforcement, keep in mind enforcement has two parameters. Enforcement is enforcement of the regs.
Right,
So your permit office is the enforcement mechanism for our regs.
right.
If they don't comply, they don't ever make it to there, and they just go do something else, and then they're caught. The permit office isn't out there doing that. That's code compliance.
But
So it is a joint effort.
right, but it says here, the person fails to alter or remove, comply with the ordinance with a specific time period of notice, the sign administrator may enter to property and cause the sign to be altered or removed.
And that should be code compliance.
That should be
Right,
code.
that's
You're
where
right.
we need to
You're right.
differentiate
Yeah.
Okay.
that.
That should
Okay.
be code
Thank you
compliance
for
there.
the clarification. Yes,
Because, I
ma'am.
mean, I don't see you going out there like I brought up at the
Heck
last.
no.
Like I brought up at the last meeting. those
Ain't
signs
happening.
That are supposed to be illuminated, are supposed to be shut off between 11 and 6 a.m. that are near residential. And I asked, who's going around to make sure that's
Yeah.
happening?
And that's code compliance.
And it's
We talked about that. You're
But
right.
it has been
Yeah, yeah.
happening.
Yeah.
We need to adjust
So
ours.
that's
Yeah.
why I really.
No, I understand. I
I
appreciate that because I'm not going to go do that.
When I'm
So,
on my 16-hour flight to Japan, I'm having this with me to give me something to read and go over.
got it.
So,
No, like,
yeah, so it's, I go through this all the time, and things like that catch my eyes.
yes, ma'am.
Because that's one thing in the military, they tell us, you read it once, put it away, a couple of days later, come back to it, and things will pop in your head.
Yes, ma'am.
So, all right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Anything else?
Not.
Okay. I am going to call a 5-minute recess,
Thank the Lord.
and we'll take a recess at 8:10.
Okay.
Cool. Thank you.
Brought those here from your office. This was empty. He started a coughing fit. I got tip water. Printed out the current all of those. Maybe I don't know.
I don't know. I started hit it again. Cause I was like, okay, no,
I got-
takes the sound off. That's all it.
I got text from Priscilla. Where is
Me
it?
too.
Where is it?
And I texted her back, well, and said it's on Facebook now. And I mean, the first 25 minutes, I was going like this. I don't know.
Sure.
For the 10-minute break. He got deployed. Okay.
I think it's.
No, I said he got deployed.
Y'all are also.
Every 30 seconds.
So you think it'll be 10 o'clock or 9 o'clock? No, it doesn't start till 8 o'clock.
So
No, I mean, I don't know what time your class is.
this area. Yeah, go ahead.
For some reason, I thought this was of that. The address is the, I looked it up. So I was gonna ask. But then she was working. No, it was originally or it's probably.
So we also got a natural field center. So that's why we got foundation problems at that house level. I started thinking about I'm not so, I think about the future. Like I tell people, we're keeping it together. Okay, that's what we're willing to say. But the way the foundation is now, it'll never be lit. Try to make good enough. Yeah, the front part was like where the counter part, the back part was where he didn't go around. There's just a little light. Yeah, I totally agree with you. I mean, he could that was just kind of funny. What you said, yeah.
Oh, not even close.
Sounds good. Thank you. Brianna?
Yes, sir.
Shelley, who's watching us on TV right now, she wants to know about the documents you said were printed out in your car. You know the documents that you said that you printed out in your car? She says, I'll take one if you print it out. And explain to Shelley that those are the old CEOs and things like that. And they're about to dead. And her next response was, who is she planning on giving that to? So I said I'd ask you. It got our house, it didn't go in either, but yeah, I mean, I'm walking around. It was amazing. Is that
This is the UDO.
I mean, that just like the wildfire, calculate 500 times 1. Never put some credit.
Here you go.
Okay. Yeah. That's fine.
Yeah.
Can I have a minute, please?
For $125, I can get you a copy of the request of the city secretary.
Thank you. All right. I apologize. I thought your bowl was full. Oh, no. Sure.
Oh, I have a
All right.
question. Last 2 times I've been out of 2 times seeing. I can bring it back.
All right. Well, it depends on what I buy.
Okay.
It's online.
That pinata stuff,
Yeah.
a lot of times it'll have that in there.
Yeah.
Probably haven't refilled it lately. Or it's late smoking.
True.
I'll work on that request.
Thank you.
Okay. Well,
Y'all are trying to kill me, aren't you? Y'all are trying to kill me.
Trying.
Making my brain work too long.
your brain's always working
It
far
quits.
faster than mine.
It quits after a moment.
Are we waiting for Mr. Dixon to get back?
Yep.
I can't just call him Scott.
Why not?
That's my age.
So am I.
I call you Mr. Mayor almost exclusively.
No,
Did
should
you
call
say
me
that up against your age?
I said I can't call him Scott because he's twice my age. For that.
Understandably,
You're a good man.
you young kid.
Young kid, whippersnapper.
And
I
I'm
should tell
teaching
people
my
they
kids
call
that
him
they
this
call
house my
adults
mother-in-law. Not me.
not typical. Well, like at church,
Hey.
I hear a lot of people addressing adults as like Mr. or Mrs. Miss first name.
I've got some water.
Ooh,
Right.
makes fun.
Her first name is Mrs.
When I introduce my mom, they say, "This is mom."
I don't know why we
Call her Robin, but her
Yeah.
name is Mom.
Yeah, I have a million.
Oh, no, the one I loved was Christopher's mom. Yeah.
Every now and then, Dino will call me by my first name, and I just turn and I wait for her to address me as dad.
You actually didn't, but that's okay. All right, we're going to reconvene
Wait, I'm sorry.
after Deborah is ready at,
You're good.
okay, we're going to reconvene at 8:19. I'm sorry, Brianna, please continue.
Okay, actually, I kind of went through my notes when we were on break, and I am pretty much wrapped up. Scott has a few additional.
Was Sheena finished? Sorry, I didn't realize you had your mouth.
I did have one other question,
Yes, ma'am.
and we've been asking for this and asking for this.
Mhm.
The comparison of what,
Good
what
one, yeah.
came out of the current ordinances to go into the UDO.
God, I mean, I could speak to it. So,
Speaking does no good piece of paper, something.
Brianna,
so
if I may.
yeah, go for it.
So this is something that, you know, I've been frustrated with it as well. And I realized that I had all of the documents in front of me. So I actually started going through that and making a comparison. And we've been exchanging, I've been working with Brianna on figuring out exactly what that looks like, making sure that we have as close of a comparison as possible. There's different wording. There's nothing in the UDO that says servants' quarters, and there is in CZO. And so it's trying to understand what that implication looks like. So what you'll see is the bigger piece is a spreadsheet that shows every CZO and its alignment with UDO for each place type. Because I think that's the biggest thing that we're looking at is the protections, the good protections that were in the CZO are what your neighbors can do that are going to encroach on you, and just making sure that we've got those included. That's not everything, but that's kind of the core of, you know, is my neighbor going to be able to build a 20-story apartment complex next to me, and making sure that on a smaller level that the protections that are in there that have happened over the last few decades, many decades, are still applicable, and there's a good translation. So we should have something, we're probably, I'd say 85% of the way through that, but it is very time consuming. And I wanted to put it in that format so that it gives an explanation. When the wording is different, this is what is different about the wording. So in one, it says multifamily, and the other one says small multifamily and large multifamily. In the UDO, it separates that. Mm-hmm. Where in the CZO, I think it was in the RC, it just said multifamily, and it didn't restrict what kind of multifamily or how big of multifamily. The only restriction was the setbacks and the total height. And so it's just making those differentiations. Under this one, this is what's different. So we are really, really close on that. And if you want, I can share out the working copy of it. But that is something that I know that Brianna's been working on. I've been working on because I really wanted to dig into that. And I wanted to challenge also with some of the things like asking, there are some things that aren't stated in here because state law now prohibits them. Like, you can't do this. In the CZO, it said you can't do this, and in the UDO it doesn't. And I'm like, so why doesn't? It's because it's in state law. And so it's getting through these nuances so that we've got a more direct comparison. You can't make an exact comparison, but you can make a functional comparison that gives you an idea of what you're allowed to do. And I think that it really boils down to that. What are you allowed to do with your property currently that you may or may not be able to in the other one? And what can your neighbor do in the current one that they may be able to do and encroach on you in the future one? So I think we're really close on that.
Okay. Yep.
I got as frustrated as you, but I know that they've been under a bunch of stuff.
Have you seen these? And you
It's-
started with those?
No,
Or-
no. Honestly, I started with a few years ago. I got frustrated because the CZO, it's all PDF and nobody retained. I don't think that there was an electronic copy. I think it was probably a printed. I mean, it was done back before we had the luxury of computers. And so I actually built a table inside of a spreadsheet so that I could look at it and understand exactly where each one of those were. And I just built on that and made a cross-reference over the UDO and made sure that I had the correct place types. So that's it.
I just wanted to offer you those in case you lost yours.
Thank you.
We were sort of top level correspondence
Yeah.
a month or two, a few months ago.
Yeah. And that was good. I mean, that was a good
And I just
start.
wanted to make sure you did.
No, absolutely. That's
Save me 10 minutes.
part of what we've been referencing with that, but I really wanted to get down to the functional details of very specifically on an individual basis, the two things. What can you do that you may not be able to do, and what can your neighbor do that they couldn't currently do?
The codes and everything.
Yep.
Yeah.
Enforcement.
And it's not just that.
Can-
The enforcement is the
but-
same issue,
Yeah.
but
Yeah,
Yeah.
And also-
that's just a little bit, but we've been asking and asking
Yeah.
since day one,
Yeah.
the comparison,
Mhm.
and not just us, but the citizens have been asking for it
Yep.
too.
Yeah.
And
Well, that's what that document that Mr. Mers, like if you wanted to see where, let's just say legal or the legal things, then you could look at legal and it shows what section that's in. And then you can go to the UDO and it shows where it's at. Like, so if you wanted to do those kind of comparisons on what the language was before and after, like, because I know certain people are concerned about certain things. Like they care about certain things. They probably don't care what the plating application process looks like because they don't have to deal with that. I care a lot about that. Maybe a developer does, maybe, So it's just a way for people to pinpoint what they're really concerned about and be able to go find those in the two documents and then read through them. So,
Council, there was a red line delivered on December the 11th to the council, as Mr. Morris pointed out, that shows every single chapter where it was and where it went to, and even the name changes.
yeah.
This has been provided.
yeah.
Okay.
Well, and that I would call that a good. I think it's
was it emailed?
Yeah.
No, they brought it to us at the meeting. I didn't print these out. I don't have a printer.
Okay. So
can
I'm-
you just make sure that we have I think that we've got the electronic copy. Yeah.
Yeah. But we'll make sure that y'all have an electronic version.
Well,
And I would call those-
should be on. Is that on the website or not? Because I think that's a previous feedback that we received, and we really should. There's no
I
reason.
thought
not
that was
to
in
put
our
that out there.
packet.
I'm saying it should be on the.
Yeah.
The site.
What are we calling that?
Okay.
The building
So-
blocks
That way
website,
everybody
pinpoint,
can
right,
see it.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. We can put that on the website. I'll make sure y'all have because after we did the last round of renovations or whatever to the UDO, revisions, not renovations, I went through and I tried to make sure that everything was still lining up because some things changed around and I didn't want it to reference. Is it absolutely perfect? I did that between the hours of 10 and 4 o'clock in the morning, so
Yeah.
probably not. But it was a good shot to make sure y'all got the information. So we'll make sure it's online.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I want to speak to that side by side. I know I want to be careful not to beat a dead horse. The one of the real challenges in a use table, and that's what the mayor and Brianna are working on.
Mhm.
Even once you do that table, because you're taking a standard zoning like we have in the CZO and you're going to a place type, while the use may be allowed, the form of that use will be drastically different in that place type zoning
Right.
because you have the small and the large,
Yeah.
right? And what those look like and all the parameters around them. So it's really hard to see it in 2D because you see it in 2D in a table
Right.
and it says A approved, and side by side you're going, okay, well there's no change. But the fact of the matter is that there is a change. It's going to be very different.
Yeah.
We're going to do our best to convey that. I think we've done our best to try and convey it through this whole process, but it is a different process. How we ended up on the UDO instead of simply we're going to rewrite the CZO and modify it is, again, looking at Castroville, looking at what makes it unique and different,
Mhm.
what we were trying to preserve, what we wanted preserved from the CZO, the things that needed to carry forward, that,
Mhm.
and I'd say 90% of what's in the CZO has been carried forward, is what Phil was stating. I mean, that was the intent. That's what the public said, loud and clear, and we've done our best to show where that is the case,
Mhm.
and made modifications through the ongoing discussions with council and P&Z, and we expect those conversations to continue. The real concern was growth. We have an avalanche, a tidal wave growth that's headed towards Castroville. And the intent was to get, I mean, we wish we had had this 4 years ago. Whatever this is going to be, we needed it 4 years ago before we ever agreed to any development agreement.
Yeah.
We needed something that's in place. And it's unfortunate we are where we are right now. But that growth is going to continue. Now, what the interesting that's happening, has happened, is the legislature is going to make changes over time. Whether it's this session or the next session or the next session, that just happens. And so we'll be dealing with this as it comes. But we've witnessed just over the last 4 years the types of changes they made, like the ability to disannex from the ETJ.
Mm-hmm.
So we don't know what those will be in the future years and out years, but there will be changes. And
They're getting
this,
nothing but more and more permissive.
well, and this document is intended to be, I mean, it's not a once and done. It's just not. I mean, it's intended to be able to be revised. And one of our real concerns for staff is once these gentlemen leave and Simple City is no longer in the picture, and as these modifications happen, will we have that ability? And we've been reassured, yes, you will. But that's our concern, is we want to make sure this is a living document as things change, as council changes, as we learn from application of it, where we want to make tweaks, which there will be tweaks, that we're able to do that. Speaking to that, the thing that I was going to kind of close this out with was just changes. So as we make changes, some of those may have notice requirements attached to them. Some of those may impact timelines, et cetera. We are going to follow the law. I think one of the things that was brought up earlier was why are we? I answered this the last council meeting, and Michael Holzhaus isn't here, but I know. But I think it was his question, and there was a couple other questions he asked that we haven't gotten to that I think we should. It's up to y'all if y'all want to address those. But one of them was that I answered at the last meeting was, why did we notice it? Why are we having this conversation now when it requires that the P&Z make a recommendation? That's absolutely correct. The short and simple answer is we were operating off of an anticipated adoption schedule, and we were trying to be efficient in our notifications. And so we noticed all these public hearings in the anticipation our boards were going to make adoptions in that time frame, and they that that's okay. That just happens. But this is by no means some attempt by staff to try and drive the timeline. We were operating off that timeline at that time, and it is what it is. So that timeline will change, I anticipate, and we'll work. We are going to follow the law. Mm-hmm. And if anybody ever thinks we aren't, please raise a hand. We are getting lots and lots of counsel from our professional consultant and from our attorney on this process, and we believe that up until now we have followed the law, and we're going to continue to strive to do that, because the last thing we want to do is have all of these thousands of hours by everyone combined result in some lawsuit where the person prevails because we didn't do our job. Mm-hmm. And so we are really, that's a very serious concern of ours that we take very seriously, and we're doing our best to follow that. That's all I have, counsel. But there were other questions raised. I think one of them was ADUs, and that is now is that going to be now a specific?
But she brought that up.
Yeah.
The recommendation from P&Z was doing it's basically the same thing that is in there right now. What's in there right now is, I think it's servants' quarters is what it says.
Yeah, I feel like that. I don't feel like that language actually translates over to an ADU, but that's just my personal interpretation. But yeah, we'll speak right now. We're going to do ADUs as allowed in every zoning, but it's only allowed by specific use permit. So that means it has to go through the public process first before it's allowed.
Right.
So.
Right.
Why did we go that route, not the variance?
Because if I'm being candid, and we had this conversation in planning and zoning, the variance process goes through zoning board of adjustments, and that process is very stringent, like really, really stringent, to the point where you have to have a unique circumstance on your property that wasn't like.
Although I think some of that's changing too in the legislature. So.
It may be, but really they want people to be, I guess I gather from that conversation is that they don't want the process to be as stringent, but they do want it to still be a process.
Something
people,
that's controlled. Councilman Mercer, you had a,
If I may, like, I can kind of see the argument of why it doesn't fit as a variance, because a variance is when you need to be accepted from some element,
yeah,
because otherwise
outside of your control.
because it's out of your control. An accessory use is never
exactly.
necessary, so to speak, right?
Yeah, someone had said, well, if it was,
So a variance for it wouldn't really make sense. You
yeah.
would never meet even a relatively loose interpretation of a variance.
So someone had brought up, like, if it was an,
Nikki's question, that's why I wanted to make sure it was brought up.
yeah, they even brought up like ADA, like, oh, is it because maybe it's an ADA thing, but that even that is spoken to in the zoning board regulation. Like that can't be a reason why the ADU is allowed. Like, so they spoke through a lot of that and they came to terms with a specific use permit.
And what I heard from most of the people that were in favor of the ADUs, more of them were saying that they wanted it for their individual family. And so, like, if something happened to my mom and she couldn't take care of her big yard anymore, and we wanted to do an ADU, I would come in front and go through the process and say, this is what I want to do for this specific reason. If you did that in front of ZBOA, because it's not something of outside of your control, it would be denied. And this just gives us the chance to be human
and just talk to them and have a conversation.
Now, my other question is special use permits. They're
Mhm.
non-transferable, correct?
Not necessarily.
They stay, there is a language in that. Matt, I'll let you answer. I don't know the exact language.
But do we have the language in here though? That way people know.
Yeah,
Because
like
I
whether
know
if
the
it
dental
stays with the
clinic-
property or if it moves on with, it stays with the property or it stays with, how would
It stays with the owner.
So the draft
with the
says-
owner, because the dental clinic, when that sold and everything, they had a special permit and it was non-transferable because that was, we had a huge thing about that.
That's correct.
So that's why I
Yeah,
was
I think you remember
asking.
that correctly, yeah.
Yeah,
I was
no,
gonna say, I don't think the draft says that right now. It says that council can choose to assign an expiration to the permit.
yeah. Okay.
At least the draft I've been going over doesn't say it expired, it's non-transferable. It says that an expiration may be assigned. It doesn't say expiration. It might say expiration.
So something else you may not want to weigh in on tonight. but
Yeah.
you should-
Yeah, I'll look into it.
Okay.
And that may be like some of these things, instead of having to bring them back to you and bring them back, if we're going to do this joint workshop, we're going to have a very specific agenda.
Right.
And this will be one of those things.
Yeah, because
Okay.
like I said, it's come before us already once.
Sure.
Yes.
So-
A very specific agenda.
Yeah. No, no.
Okay.
right.
What else?
Not a page turn.
My turn?
Yeah, not.
Sure.
You went first.
You got another one?
Said I thought you went first.
Yeah, you
I
kinda went
go
first.
last. She started.
No, you were going, good going.
Okay. So I wanted to say on the GIS, I really like the bold black outline and different colored streets for the historical district. I think that's really good. I think it's much clearer and easier to see.
Okay, great.
Good job.
Thank you.
I did not see the transition overlay on any of the areas in the horseshoe, and we weren't zoomed out far enough to see the transition overlay areas on the east side. Has that been totally done away with?
No, they're in there. I just didn't click that layer.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I can pull up just to show you real quick. But yeah, it's just like any other GIS. You have to go to the layer. So transition overlay, and then sorry, I probably have to zoom out a little bit to see it so you can see where those yellow outline.
Mm-hmm. It's the purple.
Oh, the purple. Yeah, I apologize. Yeah. So those dark purple outlines, those are the transition.
All right.
And so this will get translated into our existing GIS, right?
Yes. This is just online right now, but this will all be on our Castroville our Castroville GIS.
Question
Yes, ma'am.
on the transition, the commercial stuff. The hardware store is growing. We're getting a lumber yard.
Okay.
Is that going to affect anything for that lot? Because they're expanding it to take up that whole lot.
It shouldn't. Well, you have to submit plans, and it has
Oh,
to
yeah,
meet the
they're going
setback.
to.
Yeah, it just has to meet the setback requirements and those things.
His advice and say, I can't answer
I was about to say, Brianna.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm just making sure because we're working.
Can't answer that right now. I have to see the plans.
Yeah, that's honestly that's the correct answer. It really
Okay,
it really
okay,
depends
closer.
on what they're going to.
I know. I try and do this all the time. I
But
need to
is
see the
there
plans
is
first.
expansion of their business allowed? Yes.
Yeah.
But that's caveated with let me see the plans.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Yeah.
And I think that we don't want to leave it quite that nebulous. Under the current CZO, you have setback requirements.
Yeah.
Under the proposed UDO, you have total coverage requirements, and it's impervious surface.
Yes.
And so that's something you definitely should pay attention to.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. All right then.
Right now, that gravel is pervious,
Mm.
but the building on it is impervious.
Building's not going to be going on it. It just overhangs. Just an
I
overhang.
feel like we're off.
Yeah. Off.
Yep.
Off
Okay,
topic.
yeah,
But,
yeah.
but I wanted to
right,
create
let's
some
go.
clarity. Okay, really quickly, I've got a question.
And I had one other
I
thing.
have a question. You're talking about the setbacks, and so, and like Mr. King said earlier, you get older people, nothing was gonna change with setbacks. So with the UDO, are my setbacks on my lot, residential lot, gonna be different than what they're gonna be with the UDO?
That's a great question. So there is a placement type. Can you actually handle that, please?
Okay. Yeah.
And
I'll let
from-
you.
Under the current proposal, instead of setback lines, which means the building has to be set far back from the street, it has build to lines, which determine where the relationship of the building and the street interrelate. And the way the UDO is written is they have a range of build to lines. So your setback could be, 10 to 80, I believe, is the spec under the current draft.
Concerned about
The side yards.
The side yards. So the side yard will follow the international codes that you adopt. So it goes to the International Residential Code and the International Fire Code. Those side yard separations can be 5 feet, depending on if there's a structure next to, or if there's a fire safety, it could require further side yard setbacks under the International Fire Code.
Depending on the occupancy,
It depends on where the buildings are.
construction.
There's so many nuances on the lot, so it's informed by the standards of the site is how it gets arranged.
Yeah.
But the short answer is they will likely, on average, be smaller than the current 10-foot setbacks.
Well, it's
Yeah,
10
that's
foot.
correct, yeah.
I'll get you in a second. I see.
It's 2 5-foot side yards is essentially what it would be, which is equivalent to a 10, but it's not 10 within each. So yes, that's correct.
I'm sorry, say that again?
Yeah, it's 2 5. So if you have two houses next to each other, they each have a side yard setback of 5 feet. It's 10 feet between the two of them.
Right.
It's not 20.
Right.
I think that's
Yeah.
what you just said.
That's correct.
And so right now you can't build, if you have your house, you can't build it up to that 5 feet. It's got to be, I think it's right now 10 feet, right? Right.
415.
But you can put an accessory building 5 feet off.
That's correct.
That's correct, yes.
And the accessory building, what is our limitation in the CZO? How tall is that?
It has to still meet the fire code.
I'm sorry, in the
It
CZO,
has to be 5 feet off the property line.
and the total height for accessory buildings is the
2.5
same,
feet.
2.5
stories.
So it's the,
Wow.
It's
you
been
can
a
have an
long
accessory
day.
building that's right next
I
to
know.
it.
So it's getting longer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Longer and longer.
Yeah.
Yeah, 2.5 stories. So it's the same as our existing residential.
Okay,
All right.
so it's similar. Go ahead.
Correct. Accessory buildings currently right now is a 5 side, 5 back.
Yep.
Main structures are 10 on a common property line and 15 on a street corner.
Right.
So for example, my house is up on the corner, so I have 10 on a common line and on that. Using the fire codes to set up setbacks, you can literally determine 0 setbacks depending on the type of construction. A fire code, if you build a certain amount of certain type of firewall, it's a 0 setback. So is that what we're pushing for? Or doing away with setbacks? Because that goes against what Councilman King said, nothing would change.
Bruce, that's in my question that I haven't gotten.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. You had another question?
Yes. So 2 other things. Scrolling. So in the section on parking, it feels like there's a little bit too much space devoted to bicycle parking. I feel like a lot of table 5.4.7a minimum bike parking requirements could get summarized as 5% rounded down supplied parking spaces should be bike parking spaces. versus the table that says it says in half a page of different lines, 5%.
Got it. Okay. Like I said, these are all things that instead of having I mean, we could of course have the discussion now, but these are also things if we're going to have that joint workshop, these are a great thing just to hammer out at that point. So.
And I've once again prepared the whole speech about ADUs, but if that's going on a future agenda, then that's going on a future agenda.
Yeah, I think that let's make sure that we have the ones that we want to do deeper dives into. Separate, yeah.
Two things. One thing I brought up last time had to do with RVs. Now, right now existing, you can park an RV behind the front wall of the house.
In the right now existing, correct. So yes, we'll just say in the side yard and in the rear yard.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what it is right now.
Yes.
But the way it's written, at least last time, and I don't hear anything about changing it, it has to be in the backyard. Now, I personally would have no problem with that because I don't park the RV, but I do know people with RVs that are going to be upset because we changed that. And we're only talking about RVs because boats you can put out in front and horse trailers. And I remember discussions in city council 10 years ago or no, I know that.
Okay.
Oh, what are you telling me?
No, you should not be placing any trailers, and all those things are supposed to boat ramps or boat trailers, boats.
Everything.
Everything needs to be in the side yard and the rear yard in their existing.
Under the
ordinance.
current CZO.
Yes.
Under the current, your predecessor before you guys were here told me, oh no.
No,
Remember this
and
was
we
very
enforce
good.
that. Like people get. I think I know of somebody who got told yesterday.
So right
that,
now,
yeah.
any trailer, it's currently it's in the side yard or rear yard, and we're changing it to say it has to be in the rear yard the way the thing is written now.
That's correct.
And that would be a major deviation. And to me, we shouldn't be changing things. We should let's get this thing done. And if someone wants to change it in the future, that's my personal opinion, then we can go and tackle those there. And the other has to do with the setback. So now we're telling people that you had 10 feet on the side of your house, but someone now is going to tear down an old house or build an addition to the house, and it's going to be 5 feet from your fence. And I know a lot of people that I've gotten very strong conversations that going back years and years, well, so-and-so did this. And so me personally, I don't think we should change that 10 feet on the side, 15 feet on the street. And for a lot of reasons, one is Bruce saying the fire code, you literally could put it up on the property line. And we do know that there's a lot of properties here less than that. But to me personally, it goes back to the same thing. We should not be changing things in the as-built neighborhoods.
Okay.
And that's just my personal view. So you guys need to.
Well, I have concerns about the RV too, because like in my neighborhood, I have one person, their backyard is basically, there is no backyard. It immediately drops down into a dry creek bed that feeds to the river. And so they have their RV parked on the side of their house.
Yeah, I mean, there's issues. I mean, yes, but I think according to y'all's deed restrictions, you're not supposed to have RVs in the side anyways. I think there's, yeah. So I don't think they're supposed to be. It's supposed to be there anyways.
But
yeah.
But if we change it, are we going to grandfather in current?
Well, and how do you say they currently park in RVs there?
Yeah. But I'm just trying to see because we're going to have citizens turn around and go, whoa, wait.
Yeah, structures get grandfathered. Things that can be moved don't.
Yeah.
That's just.
Yeah, so,
Well, they have a structure there that they park it under.
No, I'm telling you, the structure would be grandfathered, and I'm not.
Yeah.
This is not policy. This is just telling you how the interpretation of policy would be.
I don't know.
If they have a structure
If they have a structure is grandfather is a structure, right? Now, if it burns to the ground, because it's basically treated as existing non-conforming,
right?
But if there's something parked in the structure which can be moved, a mobile home, whatever have you, those are not grandfathered,
right?
Because they can be moved. There's not a hardship where.
But if they don't have a backyard,
right? Well, that's a separate.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
So
yeah. So
Matt, let me hear Matt real quick.
Sure. I was going to say it'd be very easy to just write the RV storage compacted, and then the second and third layer, and that would be exactly a translation of the CCO.
Yeah.
Okay.
That doesn't seem like detrimental. It it seems like it's still meeting intent, we can easily make that modification.
That's something we should put on the joint meeting and have discussion
Yeah.
about.
And then the other thing, Mr. King, the reasons that the setbacks and build-to lines were calibrated is based off of your existing environment. You have homes zero lot on corners, and that's part of the charm of Castroville.
Well, you also have houses that are zero lot lines to their neighbor. And, for instance, one came up at the last HLC meeting. But we can't, but that's already busting the rule. And I know what you're saying, and how do we handle that? That's for you smart people to handle. But I don't think we should open, again, this is still King speaking, we shouldn't open the gates and say, okay, now the setback's going from 10 feet to 5 feet. Because there's still a lot of houses to be built.
Can I ask a question though? So for clarification of how this gets interpreted, and if you don't know the answer tonight, the attorney's given us an excellent example to follow. But in the event your neighbor is less than 5 feet for whatever reason, because we know that can't exist in other places, or on the line, would you still be allowed to build 5 feet off of your property line? So they're less. That would mean, in other words, creating a situation where the distance between their house and your house, or their structure and your structure, is less than 10 feet.
It depends on the construction.
Just talk about normal home construction.
Right.
Normal home construction, no. But if
Right.
they had like a 3-hour fire rated wall that is 3
Right.
feet, then yes, you would be able to. But that's not typical what you see as an outbuilding.
Yeah, so it's a fire. I wanted to go back to fire safety, because that was my understanding, is that fire safety always prevails, life safety prevails, and so that construction material matters and what type it matters. But I understand there's two concerns at play. There's the value if someone says, "Hey, this is what I have today," right? He's 10 feet off of his line, and I'm 10 feet off my line, and I don't like it that way. And understanding the only way that gets rebuilt is if one of those houses goes away, one of those structures goes away for one reason or another. So we all understand that that's where we're starting from. Something catastrophic has to happen on one of those properties for it to change. But in the event that were to happen, then you're interpreting it correctly, Councilman King, that the way it's currently written, they would be subject to the fire code, and they would no longer have to be 10 feet. And that's what we're
about someone who wants to put an addition on their house, and you have quiet enjoyment with your neighbor. Now your residence is 20 feet from their residence, but now they can move 5 feet closer with an addition and put it 5 feet from their property line.
That's correct.
And that, I think, would upset people.
That's the way with a residential addition?
With an addition on the residential house.
Okay, not an accessory building,
Not
but
we're not talking about accessory building.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah.
But we're talking about on the main residence of the house, pushing this thing right another 5 feet closer.
Yeah, so that sounds like something we need to revisit. But I mean, what Matt is speaking to is kind of the genesis of how we got there.
I understand that.
And there is lots of opinions on that. So that sounds like maybe just an item we need to add to that joint meeting.
let me ask specifically an application, because I know what the concern is, and I like to look at what is the reason and what is the concern. What is the good of it and what's the bad of it? So the bad of it is if you've got an empty lot next to you, and there's not a bunch of us that do, but there's a number that have empty lots right next to them. So they're just trying to protect what they've been accustomed to and creating that. But there are some, I can think of a number of them that were built right on the property line, some of them a little bit over the property line. So how do you, let's say that somebody wants to do something, they've got to replace the wall that is currently there. Is there a way for the historic buildings especially, to grandfather that in, so if they're doing something with it, they can maintain that same wall?
It does, yes, sir. As long as they're not exceeding a 50% valuation of a remodel, then they would be able to stay non-conforming under the non-conforming SBAs.
Knowing how much it costs to remodel one of these old homes, that you reach that pretty quickly.
Or 50% square footage.
Okay, gotcha. All right, Bruce, you had a question?
I just wanted to, in response to that issue, if I may, there's a lot of homes in the city, mine included, that we designed our houses to fit those setbacks. My house is 10 feet 1 inch from the common line and 15 foot 1 inch from the street side. I narrowed my house.
Why'd you give up the 1 inch?
I gave up square footage to make it.
my garage.
I gave up square footage to make it fit on that lot, as it did a lot of people in this town. And I have empty properties next door. So to change those setbacks kind of just is a slap in my face when I built my house. So I'm asking for those setbacks to be.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
Why
that goes back to the whole thing is we shouldn't be making change. If people in the future want to make those changes,
Mhm.
then that's what we need to do is cross over and
Yeah.
and not make changes.
So is there a way to do, like specifically with the setbacks in 2.5, which covers the entire city right now, in that definition, can you include the existing setbacks that are the side setbacks that are in there?
Just on 2.5.
Yeah, it's just on 2.5.
Yeah, that works.
I was just clarifying that's what you said.
Yeah. Okay, so existing setbacks just on 2.5. Okay. And like I said, we're writing these down, but we're not taking these as like, for sure, we want to run these by planning and zoning. So, yeah.
At the joint P&Z.
We just want to make sure that we're capturing them all. And if you can, as you're capturing these, send them back out to council, just as a clarification that these are being addressed.
I did.
What happened? Am I not doing
I just want
this
to,
good?
no. Everybody's fine.
You're doing really well.
My concern is, I don't know. We're going to have a joint meeting, but the whole concept of the DNA analysis was done, everything else was to try and capture what makes us unique.
Mm-hmm.
And that is one of the core elements that makes Castroville unique. I'm not from Castroville. This needs to reflect what the citizens of Castroville want.
Right.
If this is the direction that ultimately y'all goes, well, we just want to stick with that CZO. So be it. But you are undermining what your stated goal was, the council's,
Which was to legalize Castroville.
which was to make it, to make the existing things that make us unique. How can you not only protect those, but ensure that their repetition continues? And I understand. I again, there are values on both sides. There are discussion on both sides. But I would not be doing my job if I didn't state that. So,
but Scott, my concern of this is that, as Bruce said, there's a lot of people have built houses here that built them here, and all of a sudden now we're changing the rules on it.
a lot of, like most of them.
Now the historic homes, they're already there, and yes, there are lot lines, and we have a building that's actually about a foot into city property, but it was built in 1940s, and if the building burns to the ground, I know I'm going to have problems with that, but I think we do need to be very aware of why setbacks were created.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think anybody has a problem with the setbacks on the historic buildings or on the houses or everything else up on the street. But so I guess I disagree with you. I do not think that we should use this as a way to make some, and that's a major change.
Well, let's talk about why they were created. They were created mostly for life safety. That's where that is born out of.
It's also for a quiet enjoyment, and that's a word.
The birth.
So you can be in your backyard.
And I don't want to beleaguer that point. Yeah. You're absolutely spot on. I appreciate the fact that you're bringing that up, because that is something that has been one of our stated goals, and we're trying to look at both sides of it. Councilman Murs had something.
I had a comment on that, and then I have an unrelated question too. But when you say like nobody has a problem with the setbacks on the historic homes, if I want to build a 600 square foot rock house with 18-inch walls, should I be allowed to put it on the property line?
No, I'm talking about a historic house.
Well, but what's the difference?
Because the historic house has been there since the 1850s.
Okay, if I build a time machine, should I be able to go back and put it there?
Yeah.
Right? You're saying that these things are both special and good and to be treasured, and also horrible and not to be replicated.
But the reason I say that is you can't move the historic house. It's sitting there. And that's why I say I don't think new historic houses.
I'd be inclined to agree with you that I can't move one, but darn it, Phil, you're making me want to try.
Oh, I'll let you try to move ours if you'll give me your demonstration on it for moving it. But you know what they are?
There's one over by the Chevy dealership. You could go grab those.
We've been trying.
Okay, so we digress a little bit here, but
I did have one more comment. And related to what Scott said earlier, the reason I like these joint meetings going on, and this was my intent when we agreed to do this. Yes, P&Z's looking at them. Council, I can guarantee you, that far more people are, in fact, I don't even think P&Z meetings are on the web, are they?
Yeah, they are. Yes,
Have
they
they
are.
always been there?
No, they're not. They're not televised. Is
They're
that what
not
you're saying?
televised,
No,
right.
they're not televised.
And we have a lot of people listening to this meeting, so it gives additional feedback for the citizens to hear what's going on.
Mhm.
So not just from the P&Z, but also in city council. And so I think the more opportunity we get to let people understand what's going on, the better it is. And that's kind of why, to me, the fact that the board's going on together is
Well, and again, ultimately, I'm beating the dead horse. Ultimately, the goal of the UDO and the stated goal is it must reflect what this community wants at the end of the day.
Yeah.
If we fall short of that, we've really missed the mark. But the fact of the matter is, y'all did go through a process. You went through a lecture series, you went through all these other things, and there were stated goals that came out of that. And we gave those stated goals to our consultant, and the consultant diligently prepared a plan to try and meet those stated goals. And here we are, what is in the essentially the 11th hour, and there's things that are being unwound that I feel like really go back to that very beginning. And I just want to make sure that that's on the record, right? But at the end of the day, if those were mistakes, right? If we missed the mark when we set those goals, and we're finding out now through public opinion and the court of public opinion that those aren't applicable, and that's not what we want, then that's the right course of action. We should be doing what ultimately you feel the community wants and desires. That's what we should be doing.
And I respect your stance with that. I think that's the right stance to have, but I also respect the fact that you are just challenging us on what we have stated with our goals. I think that, both are absolutely commendable. This process is tough, and there are things that we have stated that you can't. There are some ambiguities that when you start looking into the details of them, they start to stink. And it's not for me. There's some things that I love. I mean, if you think about the difference between, we had one council person that loves the history and wants to honor the history and the heritage, and one that wanted to burn it down and say, I never want to hear anything about hysterical again.
That was Herb, not me.
Yes. But I mean, that was his stance. You got to find these things where we're meeting the needs of both. And absolutely, there's things in our past that we don't want to have in our future.
Mhm.
There's a lot of things that are in our past that we do want to have in our future. And so it's really fine tuning this. And I'm sorry that it's so involved, but I mean, it's important that we do this.
Yeah, I know. That's
But
fine.
you're doing a great job. I mean, across the board, Simple City, you have made the changes. You've high centered on a couple of things, but you're advocating for what you believe that we have asked for. And you've made changes when we've said, no, that's the wrong direction. You guys have worked your butts off. Brianna too. I don't know how you do it.
I
Yeah, it's
don't.
too-
I don't
yeah.
sleep, guys.
If I could
Speaking-
interrupt the stream of praise, I had one more question.
Yeah. No, I'm not done.
So it was not about.
No, you don't have to. Yeah.
Um,
You're like,
I'll let you continue.
Brianna's like, no, come on.
I'll let you continue in a moment. So in section 3.8.1, streets, paths, trails, and alleys, there's a lot of very specific numbers, and I'm curious if those are being drawn from somewhere else. I know that the document references our street engineering standards earlier.
Mhm.
I'm not sure if a lot of those are being sourced from there, or if those numbers are up for adjustment or conversation. I don't need to provide comments on individual ones right now, but just
Yeah.
that's something I'm interested in knowing, is whether those things are all being taken straight from somewhere else.
yeah.
And if they are, maybe they should be noted as coming from there.
I'll have to. What was the section again? I'm sorry.
So it's in the draft I have, it's 3.8.1,
Okay, that's what I
but
have.
it's streets, paths, trails, and alleys.
Oh, you're talking about like that 0.41 and 0.49. Okay, I think I know what you're talking about.
Well, I'm talking about like how wide are right of ways? What are the site triangles?
Yes.
What- How wide are travel lanes? How stuff like that. There's a lot of stuff in there that like it's saying 12-foot travel lanes. That's the minimum for an interstate. I don't know that we need 12-foot travel lanes in neighborhoods, but if that's being taken straight from our engineering standards, then I don't need to argue with the UDO. I need to go see if there are other alternative engineering standards that would be more appropriate for Castroville.
Yeah.
So I want to make sure I'm not going to just spend a bunch of everyone's time barking up a tree.
Well,
It's
and
supposed to be at a different tree.
These need to be calibrated, but these are direct translations from your existing ordinances.
Okay.
But they do need to be calibrated in, like you're saying, a 12-foot minimum travel lane on an interior residential street is way larger than what you would have existing.
Yeah. Okay.
this would be for new, but keep in mind, this would also be for new subdivisions.
I don't think new subdivisions need interstate width driving lanes either.
Okay.
Well,
We'll
the
take
one
a look
thing-
at it, and also just to clarify, because I mean, I think y'all know this, but Jim is like, he's really in tune with development and engineering standards. So really his goal, whenever he wraps up his comments, is he's taking a deep, deep dive into our chapter 3, and I'm anxiously awaiting those comments to see what he comes back with, he'll be able to give us a better idea of some of these things on how they function and what he thinks would be maybe a better way of doing things, and have that discussion. But I'm just waiting on his comments because he would know a lot about that too.
Okay.
So
Yeah, David, part of that has to do with getting the fire truck down or the school bus down, a new city street of a new thing. And if someone's parked on lanes on both sides, and that still gives the ability for these vehicles, and because the city council in years past, school board or somebody was after us because our cul-de-sacs were too small for us.
Oh, that was Todd Shearhart.
Yeah. Who ran the best barn at the Medina Valley School. They say you can't turn a school bus around your cul-de-sacs the way they're.
well, if y'all don't remember, when we went through that, the very first public meeting about this, we invited the ESD, the school district, and TxDOT.
Yep.
And we asked them, what's better? Is wider streets with a lot of cul-de-sacs better, or is the gridded street section better? And across the board, they all said gridded. If y'all had gridded street sections, we don't care about the width, and we don't care about the cul-de-sacs to an extent. They have to have a little bit of wiggle room wherever they're at, but it definitely wasn't, yes, we want 120-foot wide cul-de-sacs and we want 48-foot wide streets. They said that they would prefer a gridded street system like we have here. So, yeah.
And we've defined that really well through this process.
Yeah.
In terms of the interconnection, in terms of some of the things that, and this is something that I feel like we haven't done a great job of either, is the elements that are in here that aren't currently in the CZO or in the subdivision ordinance, the elements that make it a place type.
Yeah.
So-
Well, that's a great thing to touch on, because one thing that we don't do within our subdivision ordinance, the reason why a place is because you have services right next to you. It's not just a whole bunch of commercial frontage and then a sea of lots behind you. We're bringing that back into the UDO, where we're requiring open space and commercial and residential to be all intertwined and within, pedestrian access, which our current subdivision ordinance does not require. And I think that's a big part of moving this forward, and a good aspect, because I think everybody should be able to utilize those.
And to be clear, we're not trying to force people to walk. We're not trying to tell them to get out
No,
of
you
your
don't have
cars.
to. Yeah, you
There
can
are
still do that if you want
Places
to.
that you get in your cars, but the more that we can allow them the accommodations to be able to do that,
Yeah.
the more they don't have to.
Yeah.
Right now, with the way that subdivisions are being built, you have to get in your car and go everywhere. So
Yeah.
we're trying to provide the accommodations so they don't.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, we got anything else?
Nope, that was all.
All right. Great. Next item is review of applications submitted for open positions on city boards and commissions.
And I don't have a soul here.
Okay. Cool. Thank you, guys. I appreciate it.
Thank y'all.
Just as a point of,
I appreciate everything you're doing.
yeah, definitely. Thank you.
Now I know what young working mothers do from 10 o'clock to 4 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, you have to figure out sometime to do it, right?
So next time on the boards and commissions, let's put those during presentations so that we move them further up in the thing.
But they're in there.
No, they're in
Discussion.
discussion.
Oh.
And it's just as we work through the way that this software is set up, trying to make sure that we're getting.
We may try to maybe reassign some of this, because it's not really a presentation, so maybe we can reword some things.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I will contact them and see if they can come at the next meeting.
Okay, can you talk us through the applications that we have?
Sure. Let me get to my part. I'm sorry. Are we 11?
It's 11D.
Okay. Well, we received these 3 applications. There's 2 for the library board. There is a recommendation from the library chair. I believe she knows both these ladies that has submitted their application. I do not know the lady that has, I did not get to meet her. She dropped her application off for the planning and zoning. But she did write in that the 2 ladies that are retired, I'm sorry, let me start over. The library board, they do have on their application, both are retired. Ms. Betty Bendetti, she was a teacher she has a master's degree, and the chairperson, I believe she does have she is also a professor. I'm not sure if she knows her through that capacity. But then also, she does live outside of town. Ms. Estrada, she is also retired. She's Air Force, and she lives in town. And then, of course, like I said, both the ladies, Ms. Cortez wrote a recommendation. The lady for the planning and zoning, I know that's her first and second request, and she is currently here in the city. She lives within the city, and she looks like and in reading her information, and there is a second page too to this, that she did work with the Historical Commission previously in, I guess, a town that she came from. And then she also is experienced in grant writing. I have not got to talk to her personally yet to see, I did send them an email originally when they sent this in and said that we would be interviewing and such and reviewing their applications. And to be honest, Friday night when I sent this packet out, I did not send them a reminder. So.
Okay. So again, we review them I just wanted you to talk through those.
Sure.
I appreciate that. Can we make sure that we have them on
Yes.
the agenda for?
Yes. And I'll make sure they can attend.
Okay.
If for some reason
Let's put them closer to the front.
they can't, I'll schedule it to when they can come.
Okay.
If that's okay.
That'll work.
I'm sorry, I'm going to throw this caveat on the library board. I mean, if you're not aware, they've had to reschedule several meetings because they can't get a quorum, or they haven't been able to get a quorum several times. So that's the only caveat I'd throw out there for everybody. Just
We
to be
have
aware
one
of
open
that.
position and 2 vacants
Mhm.
on our library?
Yes.
Okay. So we would just be looking at which one would be appointed to the open position, which would go to.
Correct. They have 2 alternates and 1 open position on the library.
The other thing I want to mention, Deborah brought this to my attention a couple times. But our ZBOA board, if we were needed, the nice thing, so I was appointed for a TCMA to a board that only meets once a year. It was my favorite position, once a year. Got to do nominating committee. It's great. And I would recommend it to every time I go to a meeting. I recommend anybody interested, join this one. It's only once a year. ZBOA is even less than that. So I'm saying that out loud for anybody that might be listening. If we had to hold a meeting tomorrow, we wouldn't be able to because we don't have enough people. So I'm just advertising that right now to you all, and then to anybody else. If you know of anybody that'd be interested in serving, that's a great board to be on because it rarely meets.
Yeah.
They do have to live within the city, though. There is some
There's some requirements. But if they have an interest, please refer them to Deborah.
Okay, great. Thank you. Next item is discuss and take appropriate action to replace the city council's audio and video equipment.
So moved.
Yeah.
So
So tonight it did work. Facebook and we confirmed they're both up. It says they're supposed to be in the same place. We did have a moment early in the meeting when, for whatever reason, it just said stopping due to no activity or something weird that it hadn't done before. Deborah rebooted it, if you will, and it went right back to being up. But there was a time period when she didn't notice that it had gone silent.
It was showing it was live. You just
right.
I don't know what happened.
So this system isn't perfect. There was, as is in the report, we went and looked at the county's setup. They used San Antonio Sound and Light. San Antonio Sound and Light provides setups for many municipal organizations, but they're not the only one out there. They put together a proposal. The proposal, if you're interested in pursuing it, I definitely would like to have them come present to council and explain what this looks like, and maybe even provide some pictures, because the proposal doesn't do it justice, which I've given you all a copy of. But essentially, there would be cameras in different locations with the intent of capturing all aspects of what's going on in this room, and the system would be able to highlight the speakers and different things. It would have
And stuff on the TV and everything.
Yeah, it'd have a lot of easy controls for either Deborah or I to manage, like what the county has. I would suggest anybody who's familiar with the county annex, if you've seen where the county commission meets, to go look when that room's empty. They'll let you in there, and you can just you can look around and see what that is. And it would be a very similar system here. We obviously, when we remodel this building, all of that would need to be moved potentially. But that's a minor issue, frankly. We're going to move everything else.
Yeah, it's movable. It doesn't render it obsolete.
Right. It doesn't render
Still
it
got
obsolete.
the same elements.
If you take this action tonight, one of the things I think we could claim that the setup is what San Antonio Sound and Light has provided is proprietary on some level. They've got a proprietary solution if you wanted to utilize them. But like I said, there are other vendors. And what I would prefer is if you want us to go seek other quotes with other setups, which I'm more than happy to do, that you make that part of your motion so that it's clear, okay, we want you to go look at other solutions.
And I want to correct your nomenclature there. So they are not, from what I've seen, from what they have, it's not proprietary. Proprietary means that other people can't work on it. What they have is something that is specialized. It is set up specifically for meetings like this. And so proprietary, like that specific meaning, is other people can't work on it because there's no ability to get into it.
And what I'm referring to is just in the legal rules of how we have to go acquire business.
Gotcha.
Because this is basically, they've come up with a specialized solution using standard off-the-shelf products, but it's their solution that they're proposing, that this is how they would do this courtroom. I believe we could fall under that guideline. But again, I'm not recommending that. I'm just saying they have a solution. County uses them. If you want us to use them, we could go out and try to get other quotes for reference. But I just want that as part of the motion. Yes.
Go ahead.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, please.
On our purchase guidelines, is this above that threshold where we're supposed to get quotes, or is it under?
Yeah, it's $30,000. So the
threshold.
standard would be anything. We try to get 3 quotes, even if it's $5,000, and then state purchasing guidelines is $25,000. So we're over that threshold, or 50. Sorry, 50. So it's under.
Castroville's is 30.
Yeah, and we always want to get. I'll be honest. Like I said, even if it's 5, we try to get multiple quotes because that's just in the best interest of everybody.
I just
what? I don't know.
Yeah,
Yes.
In my
The short
mind,
answer is yes.
if it says 30 and that's our purchasing thing,
Mhm.
we probably need to get others, but we can have them at the next meeting and make a decision then.
Well, I think maybe what you do is what the parameters are and get if you want to get other people to bid on it. There aren't a bunch of people that specialize in this area, but there are a couple of them.
Yeah, I'll need to. When you say I know what the parameters are, we had a discussion with San Antonio Sound and Light, but I don't think I have a document that resulted from that discussion. We had some other things floating around, different ideas that you and I discussed with Deborah and other things. But what I would need probably is to meet with you and say, hey, here's what the parameters we should send to them, or we can identify that in that motion right now if you want, because that would put it in the minutes and that'd be great. Or we can come back and develop that and bring it back to council and say, these are the parameters, now go quote it. I don't think my point is there's not a lot of urgency to this. This is just something that we recognized we're well behind and kind of recommending. We've been working through a lot of issues. The system, it's finally working, mostly.
You didn't say that out loud.
I knocked on wood, sir.
All right.
If I had salt, I'd throw it on my shoulder. Anyway, so this is just something that we were asked to bring to you for your consideration.
All right. So I don't know that we need a motion if we are in agreement that the system has been lackluster. We have had so many issues with this, and if one of our main goals is to make sure that we're communicating, that means that people actually have to be able to see us, what's on the screen, and I think it opens up a lot more. So
Well, I had a question before.
Yeah, please.
Because I know where the end of that sentence ends. Can we make, if we know what the downtime is, what's the downtime? Otherwise, can we make a requirement in our request for quotes about how long the system can be down?
Between
During the replacement, during the upgrade.
Oh, yeah.
We've had tech upgrades before that ended up kind of knocking our current system on its butt for
Yeah, I think you put that in the
2 or 3
parameters.
months.
Yeah, David just said that out loud, sir.
Yeah.
What did I say?
That he just
No,
jinxed it. Well, it seems like every
was
time we
saying
make
you
a
were
change,
cursing us.
it's fraught with issues.
I think that we put that into the requirements of it has to be up because
Yeah,
a
this
system-
must be done
Right.
within a week's time frame or something like that.
Of course, that would depend on if we have to do new wiring, and that would take longer.
Yeah.
than
No.
anything.
If they could do new wiring and leave this system up. and
basically they
switch
would
over
build
this
the new
switch
system
over.
and then take the old system
Yeah,
down.
downtime.
We'll
That's
put
a great
Yep.
observation, and I think we can talk about. The good news is I think most of what worst case scenario. Well, anyway, I don't know. I'm thinking through probably the worst
We'll put it
case
in the
scenarios.
parameters.
You'll have 2 pieces of equipment in front of you before we're ready. Where we're still kind of installing stuff and verifying that everything works. You might have 2 microphones, that kind of thing, and then they'll rip out the old stuff.
And we'd coordinate it with the other, like
Yeah.
the court.
Yeah,
Yeah.
It has to be,
that was my question.
maybe
Yep.
maybe it's an extra week.
I would love a motion though, so that way it gets in the minutes that
Okay.
y'all want us to move forward with this.
So I think the motion that we'd be looking for is to have staff pursue multiple bids based on the parameters that we set up for functionality. Would you add to that, Scott?
I was looking to see if I gave you a motion.
I didn't see
I
what-
moved to authorize staff.
Recommended motion, I move to authorize staff to make proposed changes to the city council audio and video equipment as discussed.
And
Well,
what?
you have to say it a little bit more.
Yeah, and I would just say the caveat to that would be to identify a list of parameters and seek additional bids. That was the discussion.
Okay. Did you capture that, Deborah, or you need it again?
Hang on one second.
Can we make a motion?
Yeah, let me make sure that Deborah
Oh,
has the
no.
motion.
What she said, she read off here, but we're also,
Yeah, Phil's going to make the motion.
Yeah.
okay,
made the
so
motion.
she's already made the motion.
No, she just.
No, I was just reading.
I'm sorry, I thought
Do
you
we
made
need
Yeah,
to
it.
no,
dive
no, no,
back
no,
a
no,
second?
no.
Okay, never mind.
No.
You walked us through.
No.
Okay.
All right, Phil.
I make a motion that city staff proceed forward with requesting bids for the new audio visual equipment as discussed in the agenda of February 25th, 2025.
I think
To
that
the
works.
parameters listed in that memo.
Great. That's enough. That's good.
Is that close? Okay. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Man, you're just too slow. I'm sorry.
I'm too slow on
All right. Further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Let's get this thing fixed. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Scott. Thank you for pursuing this. I know that I've been on you about getting this done, and I appreciate your diligence in doing that.
Yeah, I see Deborah over there. Please pass this. Please pass this.
No.
No, she doesn't like change.
Oh.
But she does want
It's a
something to
very
work.
nice system over at the county. Very nice. And one day we'll have, I just worry about the wiring
I don't know.
The ground.
because our wiring is not good.
No, I've been.
Oh, that's the wiring you're asking about, electrical.
Yes, yes.
Oh,
That's
yeah,
what I'm
no,
asking
this won't
about.
require, I'm sorry.
'Cause we
The
just-
building's electrical system sucks, and it's got all kinds of problems.
Well,
But this one, this really isn't impacted by that.
we used the previous wiring for this one and the speakers, which I know they'll replace.
Yeah.
And so, and maybe
Templeton and everything upstairs is having to feel that.
maybe it'll be better. It should be. It's going to have to be.
Don't use existing wire.
All right.
All right.
Well, we have a presentation on that at the next council meeting, just so you know. Remodel. It's on your list.
Next item is discuss and take appropriate action regarding the city's legal review of the historic districts.
All right.
I have copies, hard copies of the one. I assume you all have them.
I got it. Yeah.
We have no
Yes.
packet.
Anybody want a hard copy?
No, I got it.
I wanted to stand up, so I
Someone-
came over here, so.
Okay.
Yeah, they are in the publicly available packet, just so you know. Yeah.
So first off, sir, all of our condolences to you.
Sure. Appreciate that. So I'm not, in the interest of time, I'm not going to read to you. You all had this in your packet. I'm going to assume that y'all have read through this because I know you've been waiting for it for a while, and I apologize for the time it took.
Oh, no.
I will say, though, that the reason for the length of time was Amanda Padilla, who I've listed on here. She's one of our principal planners. She did the heavy lifting on this. Her rate's lower than mine. And it was going to take a lot of time, so I wanted her to do the comparisons. And Deborah did a great job of getting us all the different ordinances that we needed, and some we didn't all know existed, or we didn't need. Yeah, some of them, as well as Scott and Brianna, we've had to roundtable this a few times and go back and forth to make sure, to the best of our ability, that we weren't overlooking something or missing something. So, but I want to focus on a couple of things that were critical in our review, because I've heard them mentioned here, even in the limited number of times I've been out here. And one of them has to do with the non-contributing properties that were within the original historic districts. And we were able to identify where the difference took place, or the change took place, that where originally when your historic districts were created, there were not I would say there weren't a whole lot of regulations, but what there were only applied to the historic properties, and it specified within the ordinance that non-contributing properties would be treated just like properties outside the district with regard to the permit review process, and how anything they wanted to do was going to be treated. But that changed in 2003. Yeah, I believe it was in 2003. They did away with the distinction between non-contributing and contributing properties within the historic districts, which means that even non-contributing properties had to go through a review process that would involve the Landmarks Commission. So this wasn't something that happened in 2017. This happened way back in 2003. So that was an important thing that we identified, that we were glad that we found that. The other thing that we found was in 2004, there were a lot of proposed changes, and there were several things that were put into an ordinance that was never adopted. We can find no evidence that the 2004 ordinance was ever adopted. So those two things were pretty critical. The next thing that we felt that we come across was in our mind pretty critical was the 2017, which I will tell you, in your ordinances, though they're titled 2017 as an ordinance, which normally you title that with the year that they're adopted, the date on that ordinance is 2016, where it was adopted. But I was a little uncertain about that, but y'all would probably know better than me as to when that was actually adopted. But they are called 2017 ordinances, and so that's what I referred to them as. Normally, so the idea, when we look at that, when you say you're going to repeal something, okay, normally when I'm doing these, I don't often, and I know this was my firm, and I'm not trying to disassociate from that. But when I do these, I'm real careful about using a term like repeal if I'm just recodifying something, because I'm not actually changing the law. I'm taking it and I'm moving it from one location to another location. That's not really a repeal in the truest sense. It's a recodification. The thing about your 2017, the ordinance that was adopted then, was that there were some changes made. The problem is that in looking through all your documents, we were unable to find any red line of what actually was changed. And so, in the interest of time, we did not do we didn't put those all side by side and go word for word and say, okay, but what was changed during this recodification? The statement, it even referred to it, and it talked about how it was a recodification and certain substantive amendments. Well, substantive amendments are important. And so, and I'm going to come back to that. So that was the one thing that, we were not able to we did not put that time into it to
And
try
again,
to
you were
identify
tasked,
those.
I mean, because you were explicitly tasked with what can we do? You know,
Right.
what was legally adopted?
Right. Or is it legal?
Answer
That
that
was the big
question.
thing. So
Not how was it adopted? What was it before? What's all the history? You got some of that just because you had to do it as determining it. But yeah.
well, and I do think it's important that you're going to want to know what those were, as you're going through this, and that does need to be done. So, but our conclusion and what we were tasked with doing was, were these things, are these legally in place? Are they legally enforceable? Yes, they are. They are. Now, there have been some things that were less than perfect along the way, how they were done. That's one of them. As you know, there were some substantive amendments made that we haven't been able to identify. Also, the name situation where it was referred to as HE, and then in 2017 it was changed to H, but the maps were never changed. I mean, there's some of those things that happen, but those are not things that are going to render something unenforceable or illegal. The process that was followed was legal. Now, it was mentioned about 211-0165. Absolutely true. 211-0165 of the local government code talks about the notices required for people who are going to be included. The issue, though, is that these were created in 1975. That was effective first in 2019, and then it was amended in 2021. So that 211-0165 wasn't on the books when your historic district was created and when non-contributing properties were included in that historic district. And so they're already in a district. All of those properties are already there. So none of those noticing requirements that were put in place in 2019 apply. You don't go backwards. It's not retroactive. But it would apply going forward on any additions to your historic property, right? I mean, just like anything else in the local government code. And we'll see what else the legislature changes. But that provision, that statute does exist. It just is inapplicable to all of your existing HO properties because they're all prior to 2019, to my knowledge. We did make some recommendations that are in your memorandum. Let me address one other thing. There's been a mention that people didn't get to vote on this, and I know that there's often some misconceptions about what authority exists between home rule and general law, but general law cities don't have the power of referendum or initiative, so there's not a mechanism to even put anything like this in front of your voters. I mean, doesn't exist in law. As far as future recommendations that we think you should entertain as you're going through this process anyway, is fixing your maps so that they do have the correct designation of H as opposed to HE. I mean, that might seem like a small thing, but it's important because that official designation was changed by ordinance, but our maps haven't been updated. The second one that we recommend is that as my planners were going through and trying to compare maps and looking at these ordinances, they're concerned that you have some properties that have been removed from the historic district that are not reflected on the map as having been removed. And by the same token, not 100% confident that you haven't had other properties that should have been added that are not reflected. So just need to do a comparison of your maps to make sure that they are accurate before your final adoption of your UDO with your maps. We want to make sure that properties that have opted out of that district are not still shown as being present, part of it. And then lastly, just this is a divisive topic I've gathered from sitting here. And there does seem to be some concern on both sides of the aisle as to what the proper regulations are. Some people are still confused as to what applies or should apply or shouldn't apply, and are surprised sometimes that things apply to them that they didn't think applied to them. That's all perfectly normal. One of the things that I heard stated tonight was absolutely true. I think Scott said it, is that, your ordinances, your UDO, just like in your historic ordinance, those are living documents. They should be. Every landmarks commission, every P&Z commission, and every council commission, city council that comes along should take those fresh looks at those things and make changes that they think fit the community. The community that occupies these, lives in these historic districts now are likely different from the ones who lived there when that first survey was done. So it's just one of those things that, as you're deliberating and discussing, these regulations, they should be looked at fresh on a regular basis so that, your Landmarks Commission can make recommendations to come forward. But from our review, it was legally adopted. If not perfectly, it was legally adopted. But there are some little things that we do recommend that you verify and look at a little closer that we did not take the time to do in those comparisons, particularly that 2017 document.
So before we start with council questions, I was going to just ask a clarifying point. I'm going to make a statement, and I'm just going to ask, assuming you're prepared on this particular item to answer this question. Is it an accurate statement to state that to the extent that it was the city's policy prior to 2024 that its design guidelines and historic guidelines only applied to the 96 properties in the 1969 survey? And I'm making that statement because you don't know that, but that was the staff experience when we got here. That's how the HLC was given purview, and they were really just looking at the 96 properties. To the extent that that was what we were doing, now that you have done the research that you have done and confirmed that the historic district is legal, ironically, the properties that are not included in the historic district are those same, for the most part, those same 96 properties. And that if the city were seeking to regulate those properties, we actually have a big gap in our ordinances to create the ability to regulate those. Is that accurate?
I don't know that I followed.
The 96 properties are not in the historic district, right?
Sure.
The vast,
Hold on. One person at a time.
About 3 or 4 properties that are not in the historic district off of those 96 properties.
Okay.
except the last ordinance, or one of the ordinances says that the 2017 specifically says it's going to incorporate the historic commercial, historic residential, plus any additional, or maybe it says it covers the 96, the 76, 79 survey, the 98 properties,
survey.
plus any additional properties in the historic residential and historic commercial districts.
It can only do that if that's how they're zoned. Like, I mean, you can't apply any historic guidelines or any historic regulations through that ordinance to properties that aren't already zoned unless you're also zoning them at that time.
Well, going back earlier in the first ordinances, it said that the HLC only covered those 98 properties. 96, not 96
Mhm.
properties. And then in 2017, it said it includes those 96 properties plus any additional properties in these two zones.
Sure. Yeah. No. That I agree with. Yeah.
Okay, so that's okay.
Yeah. They would still have purview over that.
Okay.
So one thing that it won't do.
Structures.
Okay. I apologize for confusing people because I misunderstood that.
No, I just want to make sure that we're clear on this. It's the 96 from the 69 survey plus anything that's in the HE district.
That's correct.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. Because those are zoned HE.
Yeah. Perfect. Okay.
Yeah. So the
I'm sorry. There was a question. No, we did not establish it in 2024. We just had clarification, recognized it.
Those properties, not all of those properties that they're talking about on the 96 survey are zoned either HE or the CG, which is that historic commercial. There's at least 2 of them that are zoned just regular commercial, and then there's at least 2 of them that are zoned residential. They're not, have no HE.
Okay.
Yeah.
then you don't have any. Yeah. There's no
But
authority
even
over
though
those.
the original ordinances said it covers these 96 structures.
They were the contributing structures.
But they would have had to have been zoned at that time. That regard, and your planner is saying they are not zoned.
No, they're
in that
not. I
respect.
agree. It's like
Yeah.
the ones on the other
But
side.
you
of
can't.
the
Yeah,
river.
there's no way to exercise any authority over them because
So
your authority is
basically-
based on zoning.
So basically, before 2024, we were putting HLC criteria on these homes that we couldn't do.
On those three.
On however
But
there are.
now the other part of this though, and because I'm at a disadvantage because I don't know these 3 homes. It's quite possible they have state protection or federal protection.
They don't.
I don't know. If they do, then they're going to have to follow those guidelines, or they lose that designation.
Well, the state told us in a presentation not long ago, Texas Historic Commission, that there's no way that they can protect homes.
The Meyer House had
Well, they can't protect it, but they are designated, and so
They're
they lose.
designated, but they can't protect it.
But they lose that designation if they make
You basically petition to give up the designation, then you can tear it down.
right.
Okay, hold on. Let me address Bruce real quick.
Mayor, I just want to clarify something.
Yep.
I can only speak to what happened up till 2008. But the CZO, if I read it specifically the way it says, before this 2017, it addresses the structures in the 69 survey. It doesn't address where they're located within the city. Any
Correct.
structure that's on the 69 survey is subject to historic.
Right, that's what we're trying to.
So it didn't matter where the zoning was, where they were located. If they were on that survey, they were subject to historic.
And that is the
But
question.
by state law, it did matter. That's what we're saying.
But
Is
that's the way it was always enforced.
right. And we understand it was. That's I think what Phil was saying is the way we were enforcing it wasn't necessarily kosher
Legal.
with state law, right?
Well, it was
Right.
enforced according to the way the CZO was written.
Right, which was not kosher.
State law.
Right.
We just learned.
Right.
So
Yet
that's one of
another-
the areas that we've been trying to address is when another ordinance has conflicted with the CZO, because I think that the majority of people can agree that the contributing structures here are very important to the city. And so that's why I'm still not clear here. It sounded like what our historic preservation officer said was that the 96 homes that were on the 69 survey plus everything in the HE district was protected under that ordinance. And now you're saying that that is not correct?
No, that's not exactly what I'm saying. In 1975, your ordinance 107 that established the original districts based on the survey included the 96 properties as well as other properties. Those other properties would be what your landmarks commissioners would consider non-contributing properties, and your consultant would say they're non-contributing, meaning that they don't qualify for the actual designation as historic, but they're within the district. So once you create a district, how you treat those non-contributing properties can vary. And originally, you did not require those non-contributing properties to get certificates of appropriateness. But that changed in 2000, I believe it was 2003, and you did away with the differentiation between whether a non-contributing or contributing property have to get a certificate of appropriateness. They all had to go to the HLC to get permission to make alterations. Now, just because you have to go to the HLC, if you're a non-contributing property, they have a great deal of discretion, but they shouldn't be held to the same Department of the Interior standards that a historic home has to be held to. It's more about maintaining your property because you don't want that property to detract from the historic structures that are around it.
So,
But that is all discretionary within how y'all run it.
I'm going to ask the question again. I want a really specific answer to this. The 96 homes that were on the 69 survey, those were the original ones that were protected under the CZO, plus the HE historic district that you're saying that we should rename to H.
Well, y'all already did, to be clear, in
Okay.
2017.
Oh, it was.
You just didn't make the change.
You didn't make it on the
your
map.
maps.
Okay. So the 96 plus the ones that are in the HE district are all protected, or the ones from that 69 survey that are outside of the HE district are no longer protected?
Doesn't sound like those have ever been protected if they're not within a historic district. And you don't have any individual, from what I'm hearing, you don't have individual historic overlay zoning on individual properties here. Sounds like you only have districts.
I'm just reading your letter. I mean, what it says is consisting of a majority of the 96 properties from 1963. Not all of them, a majority of them.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what
right.
we're clarifying.
Yeah.
Is that majority, it's a majority and not all of them, because there were however many, 3 to 6 that were excluded for whatever reason.
Okay.
Which you could still address if they wanted it to be addressed. It's just that if you address it now with zoning, then those 2019 and 2021 statutory provisions would apply.
Right. You have to do notice.
Well, and they have to consent. I mean, you can do it without their consent, but there's a voting requirement, a higher voting requirement. So
I'm gonna entertain a couple of questions. One is from Laura. She had her hand up first from the Castroville Conservation Society.
I just wanted to mention that even though something is not one of the 96, there were multiple other homes of running structures were documented in the 1969 survey. That was used to apply for national designation for the historic district. Okay, and it may not have been contributing, but it was an old historic structure because somebody changed something on it. Would have made it non-contributing, but it doesn't mean it's not an historic structure. And some of the structures that are documented are even things like little farms, little sheds, outhouses. I mean, they cover everything. And if you've ever looked at the field notes and the survey book, you'll see that they were all drawn to scale, located where they were on block range and lot number. So there's a very in-depth survey, and whoever picked the 96 homes or how they got designated, nobody knows where this came from what I have learned. So, and also if you look at the National Register and see where the historic district was, that they created the boundary, it goes beyond the Medina River, it goes to the other side of the river.
And that's part of
But
the.
really, your historic district, you should be talking about expanding it.
Well, so now, right now, what we're trying to do is to identify what it currently is, what our legal obligations are, what our laws say currently, because that's been under question for a year and a half now. So there are ways that we can react to that, but first we need to level set and say what laws have changed, what laws has the city changed that has changed our environment, what laws has the state changed. And so we're trying to figure out that base dead level set of where are we now, and then we'll identify how we move forward with it. No, you can't do that. No, I wish. I would love to protect all these as much as possible, but Houston, you had a question.
So, just for an example, the Schmidt House on Lower Cost.
Right.
We're still trying to figure out that, but it wasn't in, or isn't in currently the district as defined.
Right.
So what I'm saying is, even though it was on the 96 survey, it is not protected.
That's correct.
It's in the historic district. Laura's saying that the Schmidt House, we all know which one we're talking about, is in the historic district.
Okay,
No,
so
it's not.
let's go back.
Not in the city district, it's in the one
The
It was
federal-
identified, yeah. So when you go through to establish a historic district, a survey is conducted. The people conducting that survey will determine what is contributing and not contributing based on the parameters that they're using at the time. And then they will provide a report to the governing body. And then the governing body will adopt a district. The district may or may not reflect that report. And what Laura has accurately stated is there was a boundary that's larger than and included other properties than what were adopted. And ultimately we have, but what we have confirmed with Dan and his team's diligent efforts and everybody else is what you have today. It was valid. Now we need to confirm to the extent if there were any properties added along the way or removed along the way, we need to make sure that we've got those documents and verify that so we can make sure our map is accurate. I heard you say that, but that's what ultimately that's what happened. They did a survey, they provided the results of the survey. The people at the time, for whatever reason, whether it's Aunt May didn't want their property included and told the council that, and the council or whoever decided, you know what, we'll leave you out then. However that occurred, bottom line is in 1975, the district was established. It included most of the 96 properties, but not all.
Okay, wait a second. I'm gonna come back to the audience in a second. So let's bring these all back into one conversation. I want to get back to I'm going to ask the question again. I want a yes or a no. The 96 homes that are not in the current HE district are not protected legally under our current ordinances. The existing ordinances, they stand today.
So it's not a yes or no question, Mary, because they're not protected by your land use laws if they're not in your historic district. That doesn't mean that they are out without protection. I don't know enough about them to answer yes or no.
Okay.
Because if they have a federal or state designation, there is a state statute that makes, I mean, you can take action through a court to keep somebody from harming a historic property.
Okay.
If it has some sort of designation, but that's not the same as what we were looking at, which is just your
So you're
land
saying
use.
legal control
Yeah.
through the Historic
Zoning.
Landmark
Through zoning.
Commission
That's right.
are only the ones that are inside of that district, and none of the ones that we've always thought were the 96 that are outside of that district. Is that what you're saying?
That is correct.
Yeah. And I'm not saying, does the state or federal government not have control over that? I'm just saying, what do we have?
Right.
What do we have purview over? Okay. I'll get you in a second.
And what he's talking about, there's two of them, the Schmidt House,
Mhm.
which isn't, and the Meyer House, which has a Texas marker.
Yeah, and
That's
it's,
in the district,
No, it isn't.
isn't it?
Meyer House is in the district.
No, not this Meyer House, the Meyer House on Lower Lacoste.
Oh, and Lower Lacoste, the other.
Oh.
Brianna, you were saying.
She's the expert.
Texas marker.
One of them.
It was one of the 96 that's on the list, that house, but now it's off because it's not in, but it has a Texas marker.
Yeah.
So what he's saying.
Can-
And the second thing I'd like to ask him to reinforce is the fact that our guidelines are in our ordinance and are enforceable.
There. Yes.
Can we ask Brianna to clarify, because you're saying historic district, which is outside the zoning districts, but what were you saying,
No, he
why
was
are
saying the
you and
historic-
Laura disagreeing with each other?
The historic overlay.
The historic district is the historic districts that were established in 1975. So there was another one that was done, I think it was at the 2002 survey, and the Texas Historic Commission created their own district, but that's not the one we adopted. The districts that we adopted as a city are the ones that were adopted in the 1975 zoning ordinance and that were renamed HE or those in the 2003 ordinance. So those are the districts, not that one that there's an I thought arbitrary because I didn't even know why it goes across the river, what that was for, but that one is not the historic district.
Is that, though, the state of Texas historic designated district?
That's a national one, we don't have any regulating authority.
And it's not,
Yeah.
Well, what
it's
I
really
heard the
think of it
attorneys-
more as boundaries and district, really. It's just what they drew lines around what they viewed was a contributing area.
And I realize that, but the federal government created the Castroville Historic District that exceeds the area
Correct.
that the city of Castroville now designates.
That is correct.
Because it's in a federally designated historic district. And you can go back and research this, but because you kept saying that, well, you can put safeguards on it if it's in a historic district. So are we talking about the Castroville Historic District or even with the federal historic district?
I think that's a separate matter we need to have him look into.
That's what I asked.
If we can, let's have the conversation with council and then I'll come out to the audience. Okay.
So to your question, so what my point was is that there are certain protections afforded properties that are on the National Registry or the state registry. But that's not the same as what you have the day-to-day authority to do with your landmarks commission and in direct oversight on permitting and all those things within your historic district, because it's a land use regulation. It's zoning. I mean, I know that y'all kind of treat it separate here, but historic district is a zoning district. It is a zoning classification that overlays that property and protects it. Trying to protect a property that is not within that, where you have day-to-day oversight, is going through district court. And some people have standing to do that. I'd have to pull the statute up and verify whether or not, I believe the city would have standing. That's a civil matter that you have to take the owner of that property through district court in order to enforce this state statute that is in place. Now that applies to all your historic district properties as well, but you have that separate authority already at the local level. Okay.
Okay. All right. I'm going to come back out. Bruce, did you have something that I missed?
It's been answered.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Great. Laura?
Just kind of the same thing. There's the Texas Historic Commission. Because I asked a question last year when we had others come out and be a speaker for us. Said that yes, there's over 400 properties that are under state protection.
Okay. And Priscilla?
And Brianna mentioned the 2002 survey,
Mhm.
some of those properties that are on that are in the county. So we would not have any purview
Right.
over those whatsoever.
Correct.
If they're in the county, and that 2002 survey really took in a lot more than what the 69 survey took in. So, yeah, those properties, like some in the Hades, all there.
Yeah.
We don't
I'm going to
have
update my elevator speech. I always say that we have, around 150 historic homes, not all of them are registered. Now I know, no, there's like 400 in that's awesome.
But the council
That's great.
also did not adopt that 2002 survey. They only accepted it and it was years later. So it was not,
So the,
It was more of an inventory than
yes.
it was a survey.
Yeah, because it's several
Okay.
homes. It's
Bruce, you had a question?
Just for some historical context, in 2001, 2002 period when they did the new survey, while I won't dispute or argue with the attorney about how my ordinances got passed, part of the reason we're not getting enforcing, it was a major, the majority of the population was against the enforcement of that new survey.
Heard about that meeting.
And it was a major issue in this town. So that's where it was back down to only the 69 surveys. And then the change in 17 obviously was done. But it wasn't brought to the light to the city council until the summer of 23 when the developer wanted to challenge the ordinance. And that's what brought us to where we're at today.
No, that wasn't it. No.
Yeah, it was, because I had the email.
Bruce, I was the one who brought it to Scott's attention
Right.
early in 2023. Had nothing to do with Josh's stuff.
Okay.
And it had to do with my son reading our ordinances and saying, you guys aren't doing this. And I sent those emails to
Right.
Scott, and it took Scott a whole year to finally get the word back from the attorneys at the beginning of 24 that said, so that story, and I have that. Those
So we've been
text messages.
diligently trying.
Okay.
Good. Okay, so is everybody clear with where we are currently? Is there a question about that? Whether it's the answer that we like or not, it's the answer that we have. Now, the other side of this is well, so you have a historic district, and one of the challenges that we have, and I'm not trying to introduce, if we can bring it, did you have any questions or comments about this? Okay, I'm going to keep on moving this on. So with the historic district that we understand that we have, the legal issues with this, on one side of regulation, you can put everybody through HLC and everybody's got to go in front for everything that they've got to do for contributing and non-contributing properties. On the other side, you don't have to be so onerous with that, but you can still put in additional protections. If I can confirm with our attorney, what I understand, inside of a historic district, you can do things that you can't do inside of state law. So you can mandate massing, you can mandate materials, and there's other design elements that you can regulate inside of there. And so I think that one of the things that I'd love to see from the HLC is I've talked to a couple of people, I talked to a couple of architects about this, about how would you do this so that for the contributing structures, you've absolutely got that local protection over those, and for anything outside of that identified inside of that thing. So it's like an empty lot. An empty lot is a non-contributing structure because it's not a structure. But you can put some things on there that can say next to a historic home, it has to be within, whatever. So I think that what I'd like to see from, when I talked to the architect, they said, yes, we can do something because it looks at your period of appropriateness if you want to get down to a design level, or at a higher level, you can just put, regulations that don't allow excessive massing. So you don't have a 2.5 story that hits all of your absolute boundaries, McMansion next to a historic home. So you can do that, or you can do that other things inside of there. What I'd love to see from the HLC is an engagement with somebody of that, like with an architect, to figure out what does that look like, so that for anything except for our designated like protection things for empty lots especially, how do we apply these in a way that is appropriate, that is predictable, and that is within acceptable limits. I think that that would be something very good for the HLC to approach. Yeah, please.
We already have that in the guidelines. We've already approved 2 new structures on lots within the city limits that were working with us very well on what they can do or couldn't do within our guidelines. Because we have, in the guidelines, we have new construction in it.
Right.
For vacant lots that have been in historic use.
But I think that if,
I don't know what you're, I don't understand what you're.
what I'm recommending, what I've heard from, so we still have people on both sides of this. We still have people that say regulate everything, and we have some people that say don't ever talk to me about my property. What was the undeniable truth? Nobody wants to be told what to do with their property, and everybody wants to tell their neighbor. It's that same kind of thing. So if you set boundaries in there, especially with infill lots, our guidelines are guidelines, they're not requirements. And it becomes very subjective, and it,
The guidelines, he said.
Yeah, so there are aspects of it that are enforceable. You have to get a C of A. I mean, I think this is worthy of a separate kind of workshop and discussion. Okay, now we know that the district exists. Now let's look at, and I think this needs a presentation from staff. Let's look at and review the guidelines and where the language really needs to be strengthened.
Right.
And whether it should be strengthened. I mean, that's a policy decision, but
again, this is one of the thing that if we use this to its biggest benefit without providing onerous restrictions on other people, and understand where I stand, I'm one that I have no problem. My house is now in the protected, what we understand as the protected. It wasn't there before, and I have no issues with that because I want to honor that. There are other people that don't want to. They don't want to be told a thing what to do with their thing. And so you've got to find that happy medium between that. So we have the opportunity to provide protection that state law doesn't allow. And I think that that's a great idea for staff to come back and understand where are the bounds in there, and then how would we actually accomplish that?
Yeah, I think it starts with HLC and the presentation discussion. The only thing I would ask is, please, for the love of God, let's get to the UDO first.
Yeah. And we've talked about this before. It is something that is here that we need to not forget about. I don't want to burden, our staff is working so hard on the ordinances right now. I think that it is absolutely something we put a bookmark in and make sure that we come back to.
One more thing.
Yep.
At our last meeting, we talked about the fact that, yes, we need to get to what's happening now, and then we need to review and tweak our guidelines to take care of what's visiting and what people say is not. We know we have to do that.
Sure. I think we can work through that.
We've already talked about it.
And the other parts of that would be like the notices and like the county notices, deed restriction type things. So we'll get through that. But I just wanted to make sure that we got that answer. We knew exactly where we were. So sorry, designations. It's kind of like having what do you call it?
I think
An
what
easement
we
on your
said
property?
before was that we should have a deed restriction so that when it tries to get sold, you would be notified. You would know immediately. You couldn't miss it. This is
Before you close on the property.
That's still on our radar.
Yeah.
That's still something that.
Well, on my future agenda items, that's going to be on it, because now that we know the legal definition, that's what we said we were waiting for before we
Yeah.
went forward.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm just.
Okay. Perfect. So I just wanted to make sure that we had that answer. We've known that we need to fix it. We know that it was broken. So at least we have our solid legal opinion on that.
Okay,
All right.
moving on.
Do we need to take another recess?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, we're about to go into executive session, right?
Well, yeah, after the department head brief, if there's any questions.
Yeah, but it's
You want that real quick?
I know. I was just gonna say the executive session. We're gonna break basically, but sorry, I didn't.
Yeah, we just.
Whatever y'all want to do.
I really.
Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute break at 10 o'clock.
Yeah, sorry, David. Didn't try to keep you in the restroom.
Jeez, man. Didn't know you didn't like it.
If I'd known that, I'd have waited a moment. Oh, I didn't get my
Yeah, great call.
We'll tell her.
I hope you don't mind me. I like
Brianna, you don't want to stay here with us? Thank you, Brianna.
Oh.
Yeah, fiscal year. Started then.
Girl Scouts.
That's what I suspected.
I had to bring those here because otherwise I wanted to support the Girl Scouts, but I didn't want either. There's all lemon ones? That's all they had left.
Yeah, no, that's what I assumed.
One little girl saw it. When it came out, it was a different little girl. And I was like, and different families, everything. And so I bought what I wanted, $20 worth.
Yeah.
But then as I'm going to my truck, I'm passing the other girl to her mom. And they're like, hey, you said for us. I was like, well, I'll tell you what, you match my order, which they couldn't do. So I have 8 boxes.
Yeah. I like the Samoas with a hot tea.
Samoa's got coconut. Look at that.
They
Tagalongs? Chocolate peanut butter?
Joe likes the
Yeah,
Josie does.
it should have been. And I reached
out.
And he said, because I reached out to him.
And
He's doing good. He's retired.
I got 4 boxes. Stick those in the stick those in the freezer.
Copper's Cove. I think. But I think he's willing to just completely
It's hard.
I can eat them. Well, I grabbed 3 or 4.
He said he did not write it and said he
Well, what's that commercial from Pringles? Just can't have one.
Dollar Tree or Dollar General has a 10-minute version of this. It's pretty damn good. Yeah, they're really
I'd rather spend the money on the Girl Scouts.
Yeah.
only have them available
once a year.
Once a year.
Yep.
It's just like crack. It's like,
That's all his name was. I told him. I sent it to him. Like, your name's on it. I didn't write it. That's all I needed to know. Because if he wrote it, we would have had some system.
good, tired. How about you?
Not in Word format, only as a PDF.
Before he banged All right, we're gonna pull it back in.
Camera's still going.
Well, no.
Not gonna stop there.
None, haven't felt the puppy. Let Loki run all around and everything.
I forget. That's why.
All right, let's call it back in. Councilman King, Mers. See, Martinez is the responsible one up
He's
here.
called you 3 times.
Phil,
Hey, Phil.
come on.
He's not sitting down yet.
Now I can.
What do you mean I'm being the responsible one?
You and I, we're sitting here, we're waiting, and we're trying to start it up.
Indiana County Historic Commission meeting.
Oh, okay. All right, we're going to reconvene at 10:05. Did I mention it's 10:05? Okay. Next item is staff reports.
I'll be honest, I haven't looked at them since last week. Normally I try to review them right before the meeting to try to highlight items. There was some concerns with parks improvements and staying on top of irrigation and getting the splash pad address and make sure we get heaters. So I got some specific deadlines and dates on that. I'm trying to think. I think there were a couple other kind of requests for specific dates and times to figure out when we're going to get final resolutions and things, and I try to pass those along. But I see that Sheena is anxiously waiting to ask some questions. So.
I'm sorry,
Sheena.
I do a lot of reading.
I'm not sorry.
So first of all, kudos to the reports and that. Did have a question. I was told that the new owners of Blue Lace created signs that were not approved by the HLC.
Yeah, that's being worked on right now.
It's called Barbecue Company.
Well, I didn't see it listed on the open cases for.
Yeah, it's
For-
remember those
for
were a month
violation.
ago, and these were only 3.
I understand,
Right.
but they were. I was informed that they were to stop making the signs.
Yeah, but
and they continued. So I see that as a code violation.
understood. Clarify. What you get when these staff reports, they're for the month prior.
All right.
So that's why they're not there. They will be there. They should be there on the next report, but they won't be up here on this report because this report was for January because we're in February.
Okay.
Sometimes I encourage them. Hey, if you got something current that you can brag about, and it's before like you're turning the deadline in, and you want to add it to your report, I do tell them by all means put it in your report. But for like the activity reports and stuff, they run those generally on a 30-day cycle, and they'll do those at the end of the month and then put them in the report. But sorry, go ahead.
Okay. And then I had a lot of people asking me, why did the street repair occur in front of the bank near Houston Street? A lot of people asked me what was going on with that.
Nothing special other than our streets department is working to maintain streets, and they highlighted those. And I don't know what made them choose those 2 blocks as opposed to any other block in the city. But
They didn't, that people were asking, well, do we have a water main break or something?
No, it's just trying to maintain that. It's trying to do something to maintain the streets. Now they did put patching down. They did other things to prep that street before they put that down, and that's just all that is it is essentially, as Phil and I talked about. It's essentially paint, and it doesn't last forever. But it'll help prolong the life of that street to a certain extent.
Okay.
It prevents further intrusion of water and that kind of thing for as long as that holds up.
Right.
And depending on the product that's used, that time frame can 3 to 5 years is generally on the product.
I told Scott
and the thickness of it.
Special engineering opinion was a worth waste of money,
right?
Because you don't go and fog seal whole streets like that, because yes, a street that's 5 years old, you can do there and get longevity to it. Because if you all remember, were you all around when they did it there in front of the movie theater 5 years ago, 4 years ago?
Could you put your microphone in front of you? I'm sorry.
4 years ago.
Thank you.
It was before. It was before I got here.
It was before you got here, and it was within a year. You didn't even know they did it.
Yeah, we'll see how this one holds up. What I did tell, just for y'all's reference, what I did tell staff is we do need to go seal, do a similar treatment on the roads that were just done. Chip seal in here. We've done several projects, and with mixed results. And people are going to say, "Hey, you're doing it on the brand new," but that's the whole purpose of that stuff, is to make sure that the investment you made, for what is a very minor cost, you extend the project that you just did. So,
and then also the crack sealing, like at Westheim, because those are asphalt streets. So when you build a new asphalt, and you'll see those cracks, and I think we talked about in years past, those do need to be.
And they did do those. Not
they did that last time I was up there, yeah. But that's a continual process.
Okay, that's all I had. No, that's all I had.
All right. You got anything else?
In the parks thing, Girl Scouts are proposing to build a little
Gaga ball court.
What?
Gaga court. Gaga ball.
If you prefer.
GAGA ball court.
What is that?
What?
You can look it up later.
You have a little ball thing and the kids get in there and they throw the ball, and the last one to get hit with the ball wins.
Like dodgeball.
It's like a dodgeball in a confined area.
Thanks.
So you can bounce it off the walls. Kids do it, and I love the project. That's something that just elevated in importance that the council would approve, or just.
I asked that out in this because I know some of the Eagle projects we've done, and that basically the rationale was this is really kind of a temporary structure. It's not a permanent structure. It will, in other words, it may last 10 years, right? But point is, if the Parks Board in the future decides they want to move it, it's not like one of those things that we're either they or us are committing to being there long term. It's just a park improvement that the Parks Board deems is appropriate. We're not paying a dime for it, and
They don't get a badge or anything.
yeah, they're working towards They're working towards.
So like the covered thing up at the Boy Scout campsite.
Yeah.
To me, it's not a long. I don't expect to be there more than 10 or 15 years.
If you want to recommend it comes before council, you can do that. But it's not supposed to.
I guess consistency. Because at the park, we approved the one up there at the above the where
the Eagle Scout permanent improvement they have a bridge, and then they did the covering.
Right.
And those are semi-permanent improvements. I mean, those are things
semi-permanent, but yeah. So I guess I just didn't know why this one didn't and that one didn't.
And I think that's the rationale I gave you is what I was told.
So
yeah, these Gaga pits can be.
Sorry, go ahead.
These Gaga pits can be portable. and they range anywhere from 15 feet in diameter to 26 feet in diameter.
I think this is on the,
GAGA?
Yep.
yes.
Yep.
And this is a wooden structure that.
Yeah. This is not, this is going to be on the smaller
Yeah.
scale of that.
Councilman Burrs, you had a,
Yeah, I was just
Okay.
gonna say the 4-0, and at the meeting there was an expectation that it would be coming for city council. Someone commented to the girls that they needed to just say that same thing to city council. So
I don't recall that because I reached out to, I chased them out the door, the presenters, and I said, "Hey, are you going to present to council?" And they said, "No, we don't know anything about that." I said, "Okay, well, let me get with you before he leaves to find out whether you need to present to council because I didn't do any work until the yes, right."
Okay.
Then I had my conversation with Jonah, and Jonah said, "No, I'm going to the Parks Board because this is structure." And he gave a list of reasons, and I said, "Okay, all right, well then."
Okay.
So, but we're here tonight, and it hasn't been constructed yet,
Yeah.
and I need to let that family know if there's deadlines.
Was it because of the badges that their council or whatever, the city council had to sign off on?
That's the
It's like the Eagle
Scout.
Scout.
This is
Okay.
not Eagle
That's the
Scouts,
reason why
and
I
it does not have that requirement. You're right. That could be
Yeah.
part of the reason it's coming before council
Right.
on the Eagle Scout project is because
It's a good
the Eagle
experience
Scouts, well, and because they
It's
they
part
actually
of the packet.
require it.
Yep.
Yeah,
Part of
it's
their
in the
requirements.
packet.
Yep.
Yeah. And this didn't have that requirement. So you're right. That's probably part of that too.
Okay, that was my question.
okay. Councilman Burrs?
Yep, sorry, I was pulling up my notes from the Parks Board.
You can report to me on that.
I wanted to comment. I saw that now with the new meters, we're capturing better. It looks like we're only leaking 10% water we pump out of wells,
Right.
which is better than the
And that'll
3
improve.
or whatever that we were losing between our wells and sinks by
Yeah.
not metering. And then on community development, on thoroughfare plan, it says right now that we're waiting on the county to move forward with theirs before we move forward with ours.
Correct.
I thought a while back people had given instruction to go ahead and do ours, and then we would revise it when the county did something because the county was moving extremely slowly.
Except that now the county's almost done.
Oh, okay, great. Even
Yeah.
better.
So we worked with Mark Miller, and we worked to try and get something out of Mark, out of Westwood. And he's provided some stuff very, very recently, but mostly because, they've already made a lot of progress on the county side. Now, I do need to kind of try and get a date from the county as when they anticipate adopting it. But my understanding is that they're what that means and how soon a date. So I'll work on that and get that to y'all.
Excellent.
We need one soon, though. I mean, we really do. Yeah, it is. But I mean, there's a lot of there's a lot of that we need a thoroughfare plan as soon as possible.
Okay, that was
Okay.
all.
Anything else?
Can I ask, do y'all want to cover the future agenda items now and then go to executive session? It won't take long. Do you want to do that now or do you want to leave it as it is on the agenda?
Sure, we can just do that.
I have a list.
Okay.
So if you don't mind, I'd like to go through my list, and then if y'all have other items, as Phil indicated.
Bit.
What's that?
Chomping at the bit.
Yeah. So first is we're gonna reach out to the PD and see if they're willing and able to do a joint meeting at their meeting with council, and really it's about confirming that they have a quorum. They're gonna have a quorum that night, and we can. Is what I heard. And I didn't look at the calendar.
Now, David can't make it, correct?
Right.
I will certainly be substantially late.
Okay.
Yeah. So depending as we get close to the day, close to, and potential, for his absence at the March meeting, we will try to verify whether there's going to be a quorum or not before we notice, because then if there's not a quorum, then we'll put for a possible quorum of the council. And then will have to be very careful that there's not deliberation by the council at that meeting. And we'll have to talk through what that looks like. The budget workshops, we can email about this later if you want, but I need to start having some discussion about when and how to do those. If we want to start folding those into the next few meetings. Leora and I met with Councilman Mers, mostly because Councilman Mers had brought up this desire to really leverage the budget as a policy document. I'm fond of saying it's the most important policy document, which it is, I think, in a lot of ways. But we haven't been treating it that way necessarily. So we sought his input on how we go about as staff helping the council do that, and got some ideas from him. And I think the very thing I have budget meeting, more than likely what we'll be presenting you with really high level estimates of cost expenditures, and then talking about different ways to approach budgeting. There's about 12, I think, different official, like, government finance officers approved methods for budgeting. But there's only about 3 that we'd recommend you would look at, because some of those are either way too intensive or just impractical. And some are very closely related, tomato kind of thing. Like, there's only subtle differences, but we'll get into that. We'll probably present that at the first workshop. And then at that workshop, we'll start identifying kind of what the subsequent workshops would then consist of in terms of scope and that kind of thing. So I don't know that we can set dates right now, other than if you're desirous to have a special called, I need to know that for any reason that any of these future items that we're going to talk about. But the present goal would be just to have the budget workshops at the future council meetings, if that's amenable.
I think that's the easy one right now.
I think
If we need to set up a special call, let's figure out what that is. But otherwise, let's try and keep them during the regular call.
Yeah.
I mean, we've got a lot of discussion, so they might be kind of late, but.
Yeah.
Wait. They paid more money the more meetings we have.
Yes, we're saving the taxpayers dollars by
Oh, that's
having
good.
fewer.
I want hamburgers.
Everyone can,
We're gonna work on that.
Yeah,
don't collect
We
their
are definitely gonna
1.3
we can work on feeding you. Depending on which city you worked at, some of them some of the councils I worked for would break for dinner, and they'd
I'd
break for
rather
dinner
work
and then do that.
I'd rather work through.
Yeah, Westlake had quite the affair. So this is not a scheduling item, but it's just an item that was brought up tonight, and y'all have discussed not at the last meeting, and that was the appointment of the District 5 position. What we didn't know, and I appreciate Bruce bringing it up, as of February 18th, we only had one person, but February 18th, that was a Friday. The packet, we're preparing the packet on Wednesday. That's the schedule we're on now. In fact, this Friday, I think I mentioned this before. This Friday is when I'm the new deadline for my staff. That they have to get everything that's going to be in the next packet by this Friday, so that Mayor and I can review it on Monday. So that to the extent that we want more information, et cetera, we can try to get that by Wednesday. Still the packet over Wednesday and Thursday, because even then I'm going through reviewing it. She's going through and review it, and this is all that we're providing you. That there aren't that and that we are abiding by getting stuff. If it's in or not, right? Either you're ready or not. Anyway, this Friday is that deadline. So district position, does the council want to see that on the future agenda, the next agenda for appointment?
Yes.
No, it's not. This isn't. Yeah. Don't tell me what your thoughts of or who you're going to appoint. That's not what I'm talking about. It's not a deliberation item. It's whether or not it's on the agenda. So I will add that to the agenda for the next meeting. And then 2 other things. Parks Board. So I mentioned this in my report. I said I was going to talk about it later.
One question related.
Yep.
I seem to recall, is there a waiting period? Do we have to first talk about somebody and then come back at the next meeting to appoint them? Or
Are you talking about the council?
For council?
Well.
No, that we set up specifically for the.
No. This is the state law thing. But
Oh,
No,
gotcha.
no.
Okay.
That was only.
Yeah,
That's
your
not
waiting
all
requirements are
set.
yours. You just
Yeah.
set those up so you
So
can
we
get
can
to know the
discuss
candidate.
that night and.
Previously, if you had more than one application, you would talk to them as we did before.
Yeah.
Right.
And then you made your choice.
Right.
But this is a little different
I seem to recall
circumstance.
somebody.
maybe when we hired the police chief or something, you're supposed to give like notice in case anybody knows something bad about them that they can know about it. But maybe I'm thinking, no.
Yeah.
It has something to do with government, but no.
I don't think so.
I don't think so.
And
School boards
have to do stuff like that when
they
hire superintendents.
Yeah. Well, in general law too, once you canvass the votes, general law,
That's what
there's
it
a
was.
different thing.
No, it's superintendents when they hired a new
Well,
superintendent.
we don't have
at Medina
superintendents on
Valley.
the,
I'm sorry.
you're Vixen.
All right, what else you got?
parks, they requested, the Friends of the Regional Park both requested a workshop of sorts to talk about the dam project. What I would recommend there,
What's your
the
legal?
dam project, not DAM, not DAMN, although, and they'd really like to kind of go through how did it work, et cetera. What I would suggest is that how we approach that, in part because of the public meeting requirements, and is that we post a presentation by staff, possible quorum,
Yeah.
and without an agenda from the council. Because again, this isn't a deliberation item. This isn't where y'all are going to brainstorm necessarily, but it will be a presentation of where we are. And what I'm going to invite Bill King to do, specifically as the engineer, is to talk through and kind of as a facilitator with whoever shows up of solutions, right? And we'll restate this again, but if there were a quorum of the council that there that night, we would make it clear you all should not be deliberating this or even really weighing in. You're just here to listen. Phil will be your kind of arbiter, and then when there's the deliberation will happen at a subsequent council meeting. We'll put it on the agenda item and that kind of thing. So that would be that's how I would recommend you do it.
So you did direct parks.
Well, we have to pick a day. That's the other thing is I got to think about when are those two groups available, and then I will announce it to the council and see if it does, then
No, we can do a flip after
we'll
that.
do
Okay.
a possible quorum. Yeah.
Because the trucks aren't lined up on the edge of the dam to dump the dirt in anyhow.
No, but they're getting close. That's why 6 to 8 weeks is a proper time frame for this because we are. I'm meeting with the family on the drainage project, which is on my report. Very, very soon. And that's really the only thing that's holding that project. And that then we'll go rent equipment. And once we rent the equipment, then we're going to want to do not just that project, but then utilize it we have to go do some stuff at the park too. So I'm hoping we'll be moving some dirt soon. Okay. I think that's my future items. I know Phil mentioned the one he did, Mayor. Go ahead.
You and I are talking about the same one. Now that we have the direction from the attorney, we had talked about that they have to report, but that we would only after not report the draft.
What deed restrictions?
The deed restriction.
Are they deed restrictions? What are they called?
This is
Notice. You're just putting a notice in the deed records.
right.
For each individual, we'd have to find out too, at cost. Because each one of them.
All the properties in one thing goes to the county with all the addresses of all the properties.
The only issue with that is I'm gonna have to contact them and make sure they're not gonna put on each individual, I don't think. So we'll probably have to,
Oh, they said they would.
No. Yeah, they would go. It's kind of like if you have, similar to if you have, and maybe you can correct me, but if you have like we have the sewer easement through our backyards, through all of our backyards, but each one individually has it on there. Because when they do the deed search through the title company, if somebody new buys it, then they know that it's attached to that one.
And for instance, the one that they actually, Tim really, Tim Hart showed us was basically the codes and covenants for one of the subdivisions out in the county. And so that's what was attached.
Close to deliberating the item now. So the point is, this is a future item you want on the next council meeting or after. So I'll have to see if we can get it ready in time because again, the deadline's this Friday. To with enough detail, the goal would be for you all to go do it.
Yes.
Right.
Yes, and I think you were gonna for our attorneys to put that together.
I don't remember that, but I will, again,
I think-
however it's going to come together, I'll do it by this Friday. If not, then it'll be the
want
second meeting in March. Okay.
Councilman Mers, you had anything that,
I just had the Parks and Recreation Board.
Okay.
No.
the one thing that we did have, go ahead.
One more.
Yep.
Can you give
No.
somebody give us a quick update of what the status of our current wells are that operate? Because I thought the well at the Public Works Yard was.
I don't, yeah, you say future, that's a future. I was like,
so
I
it's
don't
not
know.
a well.
No, it's capped.
Status of old wells.
Or just our current wells.
Yeah.
Pumpage?
Of all wells?
Well, we only have like 3 or 4.
What do you know?
Just
You
the
know,
age of them.
out while they're running.
Oh, okay.
For
Okay.
instance, we know the one that crapped out at the public.
Yeah,
Because it was like 50 years old.
Right.
100.
Yeah, I'll
But
yeah.
just tell us what wells we have and age, and that's all I
Okay.
want.
Okay. Wells and age.
We've got over here. But the one at the yard was capped.
Capped,
Yes.
5 years ago.
Age and status.
Or no longer than that.
All right, so the next thing that we talked about earlier was update on the situation with the community. I'd really like, there's a lot of misinformation going out there, so I would really like to get that.
Talked about
cleared.
putting on a newsletter. Is that
Yeah.
sufficient, or do you want that on the agenda?
I will want to get it out. Yeah, I think we should have it. We got
The
to.
newsletter is news for the next agenda. That's why I'm saying the newsletter is going out. Like we're working on that right now.
Right.
Yeah.
But I don't know that.
It goes to every utility.
Well, yeah. Let's figure out what that looks like.
Or can you, I think, yes, agree with you, but at the next Parks meeting, if you can, that's where some of the concern.
But we did bring, we gave him an update at the Parks meeting. Jonah's been including that in his reports. It's in his staff report now. I gave it my report, which is a public document. We talked about it in this open meeting, but there's some particulars of what happened when. And again, I've got to think about how to craft that. I'll put that in an article, and then I can put it back in a report for next council meeting in some type of report. I don't know if it needs to be a deletion item, but okay, all right. So community center.
Okay.
All
right. Anything else? With that, we are going to go into where are we? Executive session. The city council shall meet in executive session as per Texas Government Code Section 551.074 entitled Personnel Matters to deliberate the employment, annual evaluation, duties of a public officer or employee, and that is the city administrator. The next is pursuant to the Texas Open Meetings Act, Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code 551.085 entitled Deliberation Regarding Economic Development Negotiations. The city council may convene in executive to receive advice from legal counsel regarding the following, and that is the Alsatian Oaks Development Agreement. We're going into executive session at 10:30.
That's okay. No. What I needed.
It wasn't my language.
Well, it was language that pulled them off old agendas. I didn't make it up. I'm just telling you. So,
Like to say, Phil said crap.
I don't know how you do this. What I need for our agendas is post this. When I was trying to create a Word document of the 8 most common scenarios when we've gone to the session in the last 2 years. So I can just grab the language and put it on. Sure.
I have a whole list of the true.
Exactly what you got.
You just didn't ask me.
But you're still welcome to.
I win, God, I'm tricked. All right.
You're still welcome to call me, but you don't have to.
Okay. What?
I said, you're still welcome to call me. You have legal questions. The way it's posted is not mandatory.
She deleted the executive session off the thing.
We wasn't having one.
We had that screw up earlier, but I didn't throw you under the bus. You're welcome.
We wasn't having one.
Well, but now we are.
And now, we couldn't get it to go back.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
My house, we move it to the sun.
I suggested that as a way of keeping track for future meetings, that there's like a big passion project someone has, like, you be on that and you can track, so that when it comes up, there's like one person who can share that
Thank you,
information.
Phil.
Hang around.
Thank you for
Not
I
to
didn't
overly
know.
specialize board
Actually,
members.
it's the setback stuff that you do.
Oh, yeah.
It's
Protecting
certain
what we
things.
have. Okay?
Yeah, and so,
So,
anything like
that
anything in the last 14 years,
And I
we
agree.
talk about the
Because
pools, like,
I think one of
I
our
have
first
never seen
meetings
that.
was,
and I'm happy
we
to share
said
that when
we
it's
were
the
going to
time
take
is
this
right.
and we're going to do this new for the outside.
Uh,
So I appreciate you.
Oh, no, but
there's so many different pieces
You're
going
right,
on.
you're right.
And there's just so much tumult.
I appreciate you.
Call me an answer.
I suggested
I
that.
appreciate you.
I don't know, other board members look into it, but I threw it out there. Because hopefully it'll.
Yes.
And then if you've got that
Right.
information,
Thank you very much. Appreciate
then
that.
hopefully that makes it easier for you to funnel the things that you need to funnel to board meetings, not board meetings, council meetings.
Thanks, David. Take care.
Not just saying. Some people get paid $40 for every, other people just,
Lots of money.
I know, right?
I've never been paid to go
All
to a
of
meeting,
them,
except for when I get paid.
so,
Come on.
yeah.
I was for years directly responsible to the council. I never got paid to stay at a meeting. I had to. On the job.
So we good? Okay. I didn't. All right, y'all, good night.
Okay.
There you go.
You never know, people volunteer. That's too.
I know. I know.
Is that yours?
Oh, yeah. Get that.
Okay, don't forget it.
Be safe, sir.
Yes, sir. Have a good
That's
one.
one thing about you, is when people leave stuff, like, you know, on these games.
Yeah.
You know, this is the first game, what's it called, cash? That's not right.
Uh,
Supposed to be thinking
Yeah.
about. That's one thing that's a pet peeve.
Mhm.
I would be like,
Good
thank
night.
you for everything.
Yes, ma'am. Thumbs up, right? Yeah. Did you want to make sure? Yeah. I'll shoot that.
Sorry.
I lost on that one. And so I
Lost on which one, which one?
go to the meeting.
I still don't want your cover page.
It keeps blowing over there.
It's the vent over there.
I know.
And it was a
That's
big
why I moved that.
promotion of that night. At all.
And so
It's
still here
interesting.
somewhere.
No, I think it may have walked away. Oh, yeah, here it
Look
is.
at that. Use that for your,
My gavel.
no, for your proclamation. I think I've seen you use it for proclamation.
I get a laugh seeing that. Reminds me of the Revenge of the Nerds.
Uh-huh.
When they were gonna throw that javelin.
I don't remember.
Yeah.
That was a long time ago. You're
I know, I'm aging myself.
All right, we ready?
One second here. Let me get-
We're talking about our dietary habits.
I've got rice back there.
Okay.
Mama's.
Ready? All right, we're returning from executive session at 11:26. On the first item, do I have a motion?
I make a motion that we extend Scott Dixon's contract for 2 years to January 2028.
Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
All
Thank you
opposed?
all.
Motion
Sorry,
passes.
who seconded that?
Bill.
Your voice sounded different. I'm sorry.
Wasn't me.
I seconded that.
Sheena?
And
Different. Yeah.
we did not have any other action, and so we are then adjourned at 11:27.
Yay.
Hey, we're
And
better
I
than
don't know
last
if
time.
any of you are curious, but the fact that Bob came up and told you he told you doesn't create a walking quorum because he's not on your council and he's not appointed yet. But had he, if you'll do appoint him